Sabres return to action with a bang on Saturday, 8-2 over the New York Rangers. 3 players all scoring 2 goals, Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, and Ryan McLeod. Thompson joining the list of the league's leading goal scorers. He's up to 28 now on the year. Sabres get the win. 11 points back of the playoffs when they won. A couple of games yesterday put them a little bit further behind, but a big win in their return. They will next be in action tomorrow. They'll be back at home against the Anaheim Ducks. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop. Of course, you can listen to the game here on WGR. The Washington Capitals win big yesterday. Alex Ovechkin scores a hat trick. He is now just 13 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky for the all-time goal record. It continues to look more and more that he could break that record this season. To football, a couple of news items that broke over the weekend. Matthew Stafford has been given permission to speak to other teams as the trade rumors for Stafford continue to circulate. There is a report from Mike Florio. The NFL is considering moving the touchback from the 25-yard line to the 35-yard line this year. There was already an increase in kickoff returns. And this week is Combine Week. Later in the week, it'll be Thursday and Friday for the first workouts. Shadur Sanders, quarterback for Colorado, will not throw at the Scouting Combine. That according to Ian Rappaport. That is your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Greenway, welcome back to the Sabres lineup out there, causing problems already, creating a turnover for Quinn. Takes the shot, scores! Snyder can't handle Greenway, who just protects the puck, comes off the wall. Greenway still with it. High slot, turns, faces the net, lets it go, scores! Are you kidding me? Good reach there on Lindgren by Thompson. Out of the corner, Thompson with it. Goal line to the front of the net, scores! Tage Thompson! Sabres winning the draw. Shot from high, tip, scores! Sabres working above the Rangers D. How about Dahlin with a dance, scores! Sabres with a chance to counter. It's a 2-on-2. Here's a shot, scores! It leaks through! Tage Thompson let it go. Here's a play that's going to find McLeod with a chance, scores! What a move! Shot for the slot, scores! Henry Okihayu!
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Where is the highlight of Rob getting hit in the head with the puck?
Best highlight in sports this weekend.
He's okay, and that's great. It was funny, right? I don't know if the FCC has rules where you're not supposed to swear on broadcasts.
I mean, that is definitely, I believe, a rule.
That is.
Yeah, you're not supposed to swear on broadcast.
It should be federal law that there is a free out if you get hit in the head with a hockey puck.
Then it's fair game.
Let's review the tape. Someone complains they heard a bad word on television.
Yeah.
They send it to the FCC like he got hit in the head with a puck. I mean, that's got to be allowed.
It should be. Anything should be fair game at that point. Anything you say.
Yes. Has anybody checked on the puck? Is it okay? I mean, I feel like Rob's line there is you should see the other guy.
Yeah.
Because the puck hitting his head, I mean, just what a moment. And the Sabres win. Anyway, hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's going to be warm-ish today. And for a couple days.
Compared to what we've had, it's going to be like,
high
go to
of
the beach today.
44 and windy. So I see the next 4 days at 44, 39, 40, and 38.
Yeah.
Which means we might see our lawns and driveways and streets, right? We might see the ground.
By the end of that?
4 days.
Is there I haven't looked like at the end of the week. Is it going to go back down?
It might go back down, but I'm just saying we might actually see the ground.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah,
I think
maybe.
We got a shot. A lot of it melted yesterday.
And you get some rain. You get 4 days where you're above the freezing point.
Yeah.
All right. If it's not, it's got to happen in 4 days, though.
That's right, because it's going to be just enough to fool us into thinking it's nice out.
So it's a race.
By Sunday, we're getting more snow and, back into the teens and all that, but whatever. I'm excited. It's warm.
I felt like I didn't even need the automatic car starter this morning. I did, just out of habit, because it's been every day for 2 months.
We're getting close. We're getting close. Shorts report Anybody in shorts today?
No.
No.
I mean, I'm wearing like the thinnest pants possible.
Okay.
Instead of like jeans or something.
Not quite short season.
No.
Well, good morning. Jeremy and Joe with you. Happy Monday. It's Combine Week. We'll talk with Justin Mellow of the Draft Network, kind of get a scene setter from Indianapolis. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. And at 7, Mr. Paul Hamilton on the Sabres win over the Rangers. They'll play tomorrow against the Anaheim Ducks. They are in the same spot they've been in for months. But...
Yep. Hey, it looked good. It was fun.
I'm ready to lay out a bold plan for how they can make the playoffs.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll listen.
That tone.
No,
All
I'm
right.
I'm listening.
No, I mean, it's equally whatever. So Lindy's plan was, bank 7 out of 10 points.
You're like the guy that's like owes money and like, I'm going to get it to you on Friday. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I get paid on Friday. Oh, that's fine. All right. Yeah,
I just want to make it easier to root for than what Lindy did. Like, how do they make the playoffs? And Lindy said, get 7 out of every 10, every 5-game sample, until the last 3 games, and then win 3 in a row. Okay, here's my plan.
Yep.
You have to win 10 in a row. That's it. I did the math on 10 in a row. If they won 10 in a row, and the rest of the league kind of stayed doing what it's doing, like Ottawa's doing the same, and the Red Wings are doing the same. If they were to win 10 in a row, they would be sitting with 69 points in 65 games.
Okay.
And right now, the final playoff spots, those teams are on pace to have 70 points in 65 games. So you win 10 in a row, you're 1 point out with 17 to play. Now, if the problem with this plan, Joe, is if they lose tomorrow, well, then you got to reset it. And you start all over again, 10 in a row.
Which is why Lindy's plan feels like that's something you can more easily put up in the locker room and get the guys to keep going if you have a misstep.
Maybe.
Because, hey, guys, we just need to get 7 of the 10.
Just think about
your plan. I put 10 in a row on the whiteboard.
Well,
I guess right. You
scratch it out and start again.
And you put 10 up.
And you don't think about that loss like, all right, whatever, let's go win 10 in a row. You got to win. Right now, they have 1. It's already down to 9 in a row.
I mean, them winning 10 in a row as quickly as possible would be fun because then I just get 17 games of thinking that there's a race.
Right.
Or there actually being a race. If they'd be 1 point out, I'd just be excited for the final couple weeks of the season.
That's what I mean.
The building would be full, right?
That's right. It's a big ask.
Hope.
It's like you're practicing your putting and you won't allow yourself to go home until you make 10 in a row. And when you miss, all right, start it again. You're going to win 10 in a row. Free throws. Do this. Any athlete that's going to try and do something 10 times in a row in order to get the job done.
Yep.
I just feel like that's easier than, 7 out of every 10. They got 2 out of this. So now they only need 5 out of the next. What? I'm already lost.
We sure it's easier, though? Like they have to do that.
Yes.
They have to win.
I think
10 straight.
The 10 in a row is a better plan. And in Lindy's plan, it's 10. It's blah blah blah, and then with 3 games left, they still have to run the table to get to 90. My plan, which is just win all of your games. It's tough. It's a big ask.
All right, who do they play? They play Anaheim's easy. Carolina's not.
Nope.
Montreal twice. All right. San Jose. Tampa, Florida, Edmonton looks a little daunting as a 3-game stretch.
Just win 10 in a row.
All right.
And if they lose 7 in a row and then lose 1. They win 7 in a row and then lose 1. Well, we might have some updated math. But
what's their longest win streak since the last time they did win 10 games? Because the 10-game win streak of the 18 season that is 7 years ago now.
Is it 4 or 5? Right before the break, they were on a win streak.
Yeah.
Right before they lost to Nashville.
They won 4 this year.
Okay.
Did they win? The year they missed by 1, they must have had a longer streak than that, right?
It's possible.
They won 6 in a row that season in December, and they won 5 in a row. Okay, so they had a 6-game win streak. All right, so that's 60% of the way there for what you need. Maybe the best point you should really have here is that 18 team that did win 10 games in a row wasn't even that great.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they won 10 in a row because they got breaks and they got, like, the only good stretch of goaltending in Carter Hutton's career, at least with this team.
Yeah.
So they won in overtime a couple times, right? They won in shootouts a couple of times.
Yes.
So there you go. They don't even have to be. You don't have to look like the best team in the league. Just get a couple breaks, look good. You still have to look good, I'm sure.
There is one other thing about the Sabres here, and this is not exactly something, when they're in last, you want to be, of course, focused on how bad they've been, which is justified to do. Have you looked at?
They've been in last for 2.5 months.
That's
so
right.
It's,
That's right.
Getting
It was
old.
that's what losing 13 in a row will do to you, is drop you off the face of the earth. And if you took away the 13-game losing streak, holy cow, they'd be pretty darn good. Anyway, have you looked at goal differential?
Yeah.
Because that is one thing that, the smart people that follow all these sports will point to goal differential as a really good indicator about how good you are. If you're a, football team that's 15-2, but your point differential is a plus 17, like that's not as impressive as a team that has one more loss and your point differential is a plus 60. The Sabres' goal differential is better than the Detroit Red Wings, who are in a playoff spot. They're -8, and that should land them modestly in the race. The Rangers are 2 points out of a playoff spot. The Rangers are a -7. The Sabres are a -8. The teams around the Sabres in the standings, like Pittsburgh's the closest team to Buffalo, they're a -44.
Yeah.
That's a bad team.
The Penguins are certainly a bad team.
And around, also,
they made
Montreal, Philly, -28, -27. The Bruins are -26. And here are the Sabres at -8. And despite all that, 10 points behind some of these teams that have goal differentials in that neighborhood. So maybe I'm just buzzing off of the Four Nations or their 8-2 win against the Rangers, but there is a little part of me, and we get to this spot every year, and I might be, an idiot, but are they as bad? Are they really as bad as they've been? Or have they had, just like a rough year, and they're not as far away as it looks like they are? You do the standings, they're far away. You do how many goals you score and how many goals get scored against you, and they're not that far away.
Well, they've kind of interesting, like Paul's brought this up, how much they've actually scored this year. They've scored more goals than every team out of the playoff. Like, every team in the playoff race, including the two teams in the wild card spots, they've scored more than every single one of those teams except Columbus. Just in goals scored.
Yeah.
Does it feel like that's the case? Does it feel like they're an offensive, I wouldn't say they're a juggernaut. They're, 7th in the conference in scoring? So they're not what they were 2 years ago. I think in recent years, you've kind of been able to answer the question, hey, what's their problem? What's their problem? 2 years ago, they missed by 1 point. What was their problem? They couldn't get saves.
Yeah.
And you could say they gave up a lot of chances, too. But
power play has mixed in occasionally as a problem.
Sure. Early this year, that was a thing. But over the course of the whole year, what was last year's problem? Last year's problem was they couldn't score anymore. That was pretty easy. What's their problem this year? Or has it been rotating? Or is there no real problem? Is it that... I don't know what's the answer, because they're scoring goals. Tage is on pace for as many goals as almost anybody in the league, except a couple guys.
Their biggest problem this year is they do not hold leads. Isn't that it?
That's absolutely true.
They're one of the best scoring teams in the first period, and yet they're one of the worst teams in the NHL.
Right.
And that's just not supposed to happen. I'm thinking back to Granato used to say, when we'd have him on Tuesdays in our regular spot, he'd say, it's hard to score. And he did the numbers of it. When you score first, you win 65% of your games. So their mindset with Granato was go out there and get the first goal and put the pressure on the other team. And this team does that and then loses all the time anyway.
Because it feels like it's backwards. It feels like, they're one of, I haven't looked in a couple weeks. There was a point where they were the best first period team in the NHL this season. But they're dead last in the second and third.
Yeah.
What is that? Do they score and then they put the pressure on themselves, thinking, "All right, let's back off now and let's try to hold this"? And then 2 goals go in. It's no, we're gonna blow it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's the whole idea of them this year. I think. Can that be it though?
Mental.
I guess
just mental. I mean, that's what Paul talks about all the time. He's like, mentally, they just crumble.
Right. I gotta believe though it's still more than that. I still look at their roster and think they're just not. But maybe this is part of it. Maybe they're so bad in those periods that this is when you start to judge guys like Cousins and whoever that are supposed to be entrusted to get games through when you do take leads. Luckily on Saturday they built a lead so big they couldn't possibly blow it. Right? Was it 5-0 after the first?
Just real quick, raise your hand if they've had a 4-goal lead and you have live bet against them this year. Just saying. Colorado.
I think I've done that one time.
At least, live bet the spread.
I think it cashed.
At 5-0, don't you expect that the other team, I'm going to get a couple here?
I think I won the bet, too. It was the second Colorado game. I haven't done it since then. They got the 5-2, though, on Saturday. I thought, are we all... Who's sure that they're going to win this still? Are we all confident? They're up by 3.
I know.
It's the Rangers, not like a great team, but they got it through. Yeah, I guess, is that it? That might just be it. They just can't hold leads. I think I want to include goaltending, too, this year. Like, Luukkonen not having the season that he did last year. Like, it just hasn't added up, right? Like, hey, the goal scoring has actually, surprising. It's actually come back a little bit this year. Not to where it was 2 years ago, but a little bit. And how has it worked out with your goaltending? 2 years ago, you couldn't get any saves when you were the best scoring team in the league. Last year, when you couldn't score, now we decide to show up and have great goaltending. And then this year, goals are back up a little bit for me, and the saves went away again.
Well, with Luukkonen, depending on which one you like, if you like goals saved above expected.
I usually like that one.
Okay, he's a cool 17 off of where he was last year.
That's a lot.
He finished a +10. He's currently a -7. Goals saved above expected. If you like quality start percentage, his percentage is down. Last year was 67% of starts are quality starts. This year he's closer to 500. So there's been a dip there in Luukkonen. You hope that he can find it because he just got a big new contract. Meanwhile, Devin Levi continues to be incredible in Rochester.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely incredible.
Another shutout.
I saw. Did you post the comparison to his Miller numbers? Like when Ryan Miller.
No.
Well, okay. He's got.
I think I saw somebody.
He's got a comp of like the numbers he's putting up in Rochester are Ryan Miller numbers, and that might be the avenue towards the Sabres becoming good. Is Winnipeg did this for a while. Have the best goalie, ride him for a long time. Finally, a team comes together that can take advantage of it, and you're good. And that might be the Sabres' only hope is Levi or Luukkonen. It can be Luukkonen too. Somebody becomes a top 5 goalie in the sport, and you got him under contract. Levi, it hasn't happened on this level. Every time they bring him up, doesn't go well, send him back down, dominates again.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Should we just expect that eventually he'll be ready? Because that's what I want to think.
It's kind of what I want to think too. He by the way, Charging Buffalo put these out on Twitter. Ryan Miller and Devin Levi, career save percentage, both exactly .922. Goals against average, both exactly 2.34. Shutout rate, Miller 8.7, Levi 7.8. So, he has the same exact numbers career that Miller had. And I kind of want to believe that I've kind of still wanted to maintain this all the way through. I guess early this year I started to waver a little, but I've wanted to believe he's going to be the guy for this team and that he still has top 5 goalie in the league type potential because you think about their plan for him to start last year and how unlikely or how rare it is that a guy at that age actually does it. I remember looking up that there were only a couple instances in a decade where a guy at that age was even his team's starter, let alone thrive while being the starter. You just don't see it. So I kind of want to pretend he hasn't played in the NHL. I kind of want to throw it out. I know the first 7 games were great, right? He shows up here, he almost wills them to the playoffs at the end. But otherwise, it's been rocky to say the most, to be as kind as possible. I kind of want to think that if he just shows up next year and he's okay, you're splitting the net with Luukkonen. He's going to be the number 1 to start the year, but we'll see how it goes. I kind of want to just pretend he's never played in the NHL before, and he is just, rock star prospect that was the best college goalie ever, great in the World Juniors, went to the AHL. Oh, what did he do there? Oh, best goalie in the AHL, too. Right. All right, each step along the way is dominate. That's where
Luukkonen never did that.
That's why I've kind of fallen into thinking Levi will be the guy because Luukkonen at the junior level, he had one great OHL year, and then he got to the AHL, didn't go well, and went down to the ECHL even at one point. So AHL, not that great. Below 900 save percentage, I remember his career number being. Then he gets to the NHL first year. This might be the same as Levi, but didn't look great. Levi, it's college best there is, World Juniors best there is, AHL best there is. Shouldn't I just assume eventually at the NHL level it's going to start looking like that too?
You would think.
But I don't know what eventually is. Is eventually next year or is eventually in 3 years?
I mean,
Miller had these numbers. Miller was not the Sabres goalie until he was 26.
And Levi is what, 22?
Levi is 22 or 23.
23.
23.
Yeah, he's 23.
So how long do I have to wait?
Well, the question is, how long will he be willing to wait as well? Miller was stuck behind. He was a three-headed goalie monster, right? The post-Hasek era with Marty.
There was also a lockout in there.
That's right. Which a full year to just play down in the AHL.
Should mention he might have been their goalie at 25. They just didn't have a season.
803-0550, our phone number on the Sabres if you want it. They won. They'll play Anaheim tomorrow. A game against the Ducks at home after winning against the Rangers. We've got plenty to get to on the hockey side. Paul Hamilton coming up at 7. We'll get his thoughts on this. We'll talk with Lindy tomorrow, I believe. There's also, it's worth mentioning, the Four Nations happened, and feel like the hockey world is still talking about the Four Nations. If you were at the game on Saturday, you maybe see the people in your section like, hey, what'd you think of the Four Nations? How was it? The NHL might have the perfect follow-up for attention in the Ovechkin race. I mean, Ovechkin's going to do it. He's going to do it, and he's going to do it soon.
He's going to do it this year for sure.
Yeah. Ovechkin's going to do it, and we should be at the point where we're cutting into college basketball games the way we cut into games for Aaron Judge hitting a couple of home runs. Like, it's time to cut in for Ovechkin. I don't know how you do it on shifts, though. It's a little tougher than at bats. But anyway, we'll get to that. Ovechkin, 3 goals yesterday.
You could do it. You have someone watching the Capitals game and go, all right, he's on the ice. Let's go to him. And then the moment he steps off the ice, he goes off. Yeah.
Picture in picture.
OV
well,
cam.
To that point, yesterday I was at the simulator with Bulldog and Owen, and Bulldog had a stat that Ovechkin earlier this week or something had a 4.5-minute shift because he's on the power play. And they just kept him out there the whole time. So your picture in picture of, like, he's on the ice. It should have to last through commercial breaks.
Yeah.
All right, he's still out there. Hold on, let's see if he scores. Then again, you got to wait until he's a little bit closer, probably.
So he is 13 goals away.
13 away from all time.
And they play the Sabres in 15 games. Is it impossible that he could have it live going into that night?
Absolutely not impossible. No.
Like, if he was 2 goals away going in, we might think that he could do it. By the way, it's 13 goals from breaking the record.
Yes.
12 from tying it. So, that'll be a moment, too. When he ties the record. Although, do they wait for, like, the big celebration until he actually breaks it? I'm sure. Or maybe they could just do both. I don't know.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, good morning to all you out there. Good morning to everybody in the chat. As, we're up on YouTube and on Twitch. You can hang out with us on the feed as well. We'll have a good time today. Got some football stuff to get to. Of course, the Combine is this week. So rumors, I'd imagine, start kicking up. Rules proposals, all that kind of good stuff. Give us a ring if you want to jump in. 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here. Are you or a loved one a current or former smoker? Are you concerned about your lung health? It's time you met Eddie, Roswell Park's mobile screening unit that's bringing life-saving lung cancer screenings to communities across Western New York. You can meet with Roswell Park's lung cancer screening team and tour Eddie wherever it is. It's an easy thing to find. RoswellPark.org/EDDY to see the upcoming locations and the schedule for Eddie. For instance, starting tomorrow, they'll be down in East Aurora at the American Legion Post, and then you can click on March and see into March, Buffalo, Cass Park on the way, Bergman Park, Orleans County building in Albion in late March. RoswellPark.org/Eddie to make sure you get there and get a chance to get lung screening from Roswell Park. So learn more or schedule a screening today at RoswellPark.org/Eddie. That's RoswellPark/EDDY. You can go there, schedule your screening, or, of course, see where Eddie's going to be. RoswellPark.org/EDDY.
Sabres got back to work over the weekend, and they worked the Rangers 8-2. The final 2 goals for Tage Thompson, for Rasmus Dahlin, and for Ryan McLeod, who has now set his career high in goals in a season for him, more than he ever had in Edmonton. So the Sabres win, and they will next be in action on Tuesday against Anaheim. They are now 11 points back of the final playoff spot. Tuesday's game tomorrow will be at home. We'll have puck drop here on WGR at 7 o'clock. Pregame starts at 6. To football. This weekend, reported by Tom Pelissero that Matthew Stafford has been given permission to speak with other teams. Trade rumors continue to circulate about Stafford, and they're beginning to look more and more real that he could leave. The Athletics' Dan Pompei reports that the Buccaneers want to re-sign Chris Godwin, and they believe that they are going to get him re-signed. With T. Higgins being franchise tag, Godwin could be the top free agent receiver if he were to shake free. Shedeur Sanders will not throw at the NFL Scouting Combine. It is Combine week. Later in the week, we'll get all players' different positions working out. The NFL also considering moving the touchback line to the 35-yard line. Brian Campbell, no, not the former Sabre, wins the Mexico Open on the PGA Tour. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Draisaitl, league's leading goal scorer to Emerson. His stick snapped. Here's Ovechkin. Got it! Another hat trick for Alexander Ovechkin. 12 to tie and 13 away from history.
Alexander Ovechkin, hat trick. A little hockey talk this morning, Jeremy and Joe. The perfect follow-up of the Four Nations, right? A historic chase. One of the game's all-time best players is going to become the all-time leading goal scorer unless he, suffers a massive injury. 12 away from tying, 13 away.
He's close enough now, though, even if that happened, he would... there's no... He'll come back at some point. If that were to happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no retirement coming. He'll get this home one way or another. It's just when he's going to do it.
Doesn't he, if I may, look older than he is?
Oh, yeah.
He's 39.
He has got...
He looks 48.
Full head of silver hair.
Yes.
He's like Anderson Cooper out there. There's no colored hair left.
Right.
Yeah.
Last year
he has aged. Yeah.
Last year he scored 31 goals. The year before 42. The year before 50. This year he's on a 40-goal pace.
What's he got right now?
He's got 26 goals in 40 games.
26. Okay, that's easy. Yeah, that's a 50-goal pace.
Right.
That's above a 50-goal pace.
He's not going to get there because he missed some time this year. That's what I mean. When's he going to stop? He's not going to break the record and then retire. Is he going to play as long as Jágr did? He's played forever.
They're also, they're first place in the NHL. They're first place in the NHL.
I don't want to talk about it. All these teams that tear apart and are supposed to get bad and then just never do.
That kind of makes the story, I guess, a little better. We won't care in the future, but... it's not like, they're stockpiling goals. Their whole season's about getting Ovechkin the record. No, he's the best player on the best team in the league still. At his age. What is he, LeBron?
Right.
He doesn't look like LeBron.
Is his son going to play soon?
That would be funny. LeBron looks like he spends $1 million on his body a year.
That's right.
He looks like a god still when he's out there on the court. Ovechkin just looks like he retired 5 years ago. He just decided to show back up. I'm gonna play some beer league or something, and he's still just ripping them by goalies at 100 miles an hour.
His shooting percentage this year is the highest of his career.
Wow,
that's kind of weird.
Goal differential to mention. They're a plus 65 on the year, which is second in the NHL. Him winning the cup the same year that he won got the goal record would be pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
It is a great follow-up though for the Four Nations. Here, all-time great, chasing an all-time great record. Do you feel like it is getting enough attention, or are we 8 to 10 goals away from it starting to really, really ramp up?
Yeah, that's probably...
Yesterday's hat trick probably does a lot of work to jolt everybody awake. Hey, it's happening. He's close.
Yes. Well, because before it would have been close that he maybe... if he slowed down a little, it could have easily been you have to wait till next year. for him to get it. Now, I don't think he's waiting till next year. It'd be kind of stunning, I think, if he didn't get it this year.
Yep.
So that hat trick last night, to me, is everyone like, guys, this is happening, and it's happening soon. Maybe before it was, it's happening, but he's still a little ways away. The hat trick is like, get ready. Start looking at the schedule and figuring out, when you want him to do it or when he could do it. Like the Capitals games, you mentioned like the cut-ins, they might just start all being on ESPN.
Yeah.
Like, will ESPN and TNT just start picking up all the Capitals games? I don't know how flex scheduling works in the NHL. I assume they can just move them however they want, willy-nilly, right? But like when he plays so as I mentioned, he plays the Sabres in 15 games at home, which is surrounded by 4 road games. I don't know how much they'll try to get it at home. But, like, I guess it doesn't matter, right? If he does it against Chicago versus if he does it in Boston. I mean, I think it'd be cool if he did it at home, but I don't know how much you can make that happen.
It's definitely a stop the game moment, and there's a 20-minute thing where it's recognized or celebrated, even on the road. Like,
Gretzky will be there. He's said before that he'll travel around when he's like a couple away. Yeah. He'll start traveling around with the Capitals to make sure he's there because Gordie Howe did that when he broke the record.
It'll be incredible. And I was just checking to make sure all these things. If you are alive now, which, by the way, if you're listening, you are, we have in this lifetime and in this like little mini generation or whatever you want to say, the last 10 years, we've seen the home run king, Barry Bonds. I mean, that's a little more than 10 years ago.
What is it, 2005?
Okay. So in the last 20 years, Barry Bonds, home run king. Yeah. Brady, the touchdown pass king. If you want the all-time touchdown record, that's Jerry Rice, and that's pretty safe for a while. Yeah. But the all-time leader in NBA points is LeBron.
Did it last year.
I don't know if it was as big a deal as this. Definitely not to me. Like LeBron getting there was very much expected. He played the most. He played forever.
He played in an era with more scoring.
Yeah, and that's... Listen, scoring is in a good place in the NHL, but the idea that Ovechkin is going to pass Gretzky, if you were to just see the NHL for 5 minutes and say someone told you like, hey, this Ovechkin guy, he's about to become the all-time leading goal scorer. Oh, okay, show me highlights of the guy that had it before. You'd say, whoa, it's different.
You'd go, what are the goalies doing? What is that goalie doing over there? He's just falling down.
Yeah, very different. And I don't know. It's tough to say, is this the most impressive of the potential records you could get? But isn't it universally agreed upon that it is tougher to do it now than it was when Gretzky did it?
Oh, 100%.
Is there anybody that would push back on that?
I can't believe there would be. I mean, I think the part that maybe makes him breaking this record better is... there's no argument about like compiling, or there's no argument about, you just played in this. That's all the other ones. Like LeBron breaks it last year, and he got credit for that because he's still like one of the best players in the world at 40. But was anybody calling LeBron the greatest scorer in NBA history when he broke the record? Nobody was doing that.
Yeah,
you can even say he's best player, but best scorer. Nobody was saying that. It's just, he played the longest at the highest level. Was anybody saying that Drew Brees was the greatest quarterback of all time when he broke the passing yards record? Or was it just, no, it's just kind of the era, right? Like the era kind of will get as much credit for it as you do. There's none of that with Ovechkin. In fact, it's working the other way. So, like, I think it's the greatest goal scorer of all time breaking the goals record. In the other records I've seen, I don't know that I would say it was the greatest. It was the greatest of what they did for the record they were breaking. It's just they played the longest. This is the greatest goal scorer of all time.
Yeah.
And he's breaking the record. Because he's doing it. I mean, you could argue he's doing it in an era where there's no goal scoring. You could also make the case that he lost a bunch of games to lockouts and COVID.
I mean, he definitely did that.
How many games did he lose to that? 200?
Probably. He lost his rookie season to that.
Right.
He comes in the same year as Crosby.
He lost half a year in 2012 to a lockout. Mm-hmm. He lost half a year to COVID. Mm-hmm. And then he'd lose another half a year to COVID. Whatever. It's at least 100 games that he's lost. It's more than that. So, like, I think it might be more impressive than all these other records.
Yeah, and it's not to say like what Gretzky accomplished is lessened at all. Just on the goal scoring point. I mean, Gretzky put up 200 assists in a season or whatever. I mean, like 1 million assists. I think 212 points in a season.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not 200 assists, but whatever. The point is,
No, I was going to say, I don't think you're that far off. Like, I don't think it was 200 assists, but he wasn't that.
Right. I think one of the fun stats is if you took only Gretzky's assists, he'd have more points than anybody in NHL history.
Yeah.
So
he had 163 assists in a season.
Right, that's pretty. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. But yeah, on just goal scoring, and their job was different. I mean, Ovechkin's job is not exactly to set people up. Right, his
right.
numbers this year on assists are kind of funny, and I imagine they would continue to be. He's got 17 assists on the year. His career high in assists, Ovechkin, is 59.
59?
Yeah, career high. And here's Gretzky putting up 163 in a year. Again, different players, different positions. I know. Just what Ovechkin's doing, whatever. It'll be a great night. It'll be appointment television for a week as we kind of tune in to see all of his games. Will they all be on? Or some NHL network? Is ESPN have the rights to go ahead and say, we'll carry every one of these?
I mean, if NHL Network, at the very least, if there's games that are not on ESPN or TNT, and NHL Network doesn't put those games on, it might as well just cease to exist.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of NHL Network at that point? But I would put if I were ESPN and I've got, how many NHL games do they have a week? Do they have 2 or 3 between them and ESPN2? All of those should be Capitals games. Like, once he gets within... Well, what's the answer to that? Once he gets within 4, do you start putting every game on? When do you start realistically think like he could score 4 in a game? He's probably scored 5 in a game before, but I would believe that I'm not taking a big risk by not putting that on if he's 5 away.
Even if he's 5 away, it's interesting, right? Every goal matters. They all count. Yesterday was fun. Yesterday watching him get that third, It's something great to track. It's good for the NHL, of course. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Paul Hamilton, 7 o'clock. We'll shift gears, do some football talk as well with the Combine starting up. Workouts start on Thursday, the 27th. So the NFL world has already started to gather in Indianapolis. Everybody's there, tweeting pictures, eating steaks, the things you do during Combine week. Yeah. Sal's going there. We'll talk to Sal tomorrow. Sean McDermott speaks today. 4 o'clock today for McDermott. Bean later in the week. I think maybe Bean tomorrow. So, you'll start to hear from your Bills brass, and this is a full-on football week, whether it's rule changes, rumors, names that are going to hit the market, names that aren't going to hit the market, all that good stuff. So, we'll, of course, have you covered here on WGR. 803-0550 on the Ovechkin chase, on, the Sabres. Nice win if you want that. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwal Eye Care. If you love sports but aren't so crazy about driving home at night from the game, your vision may be suffering from cataracts, natural part of the aging process. Don't worry, Atwal Eye Care has you covered with customized cataract surgery options that fit your lifestyle. Here's your chance to get the answers you need. Register now at atwaleye.com for Atwal's next free, no pressure, no obligation lunch and learn with Dr. Ephraim Atwal. It'll be Wednesday the 26th, so 2 days, 11:30 a.m., 3095 Harlem Road at their Harlem Road location. Meet Dr. Atwal. Ask all your questions. Find out about cataract surgery, how it can help you see the 716 more clearly. So stop procrastinating. Register now at atwaleye.com for Wednesdays, 11:30 lunch and learn at their 3095 Harlem Road location near the 33. Enjoy a free lunch as you learn all about cataract options that you might have. Register at atwaleye.com and get ready to fall in love with the way you see the world through Atwal Eye Care. Atwal Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Buffalo Bills, and the eye care I trust for my family.
This hour.
Hey, join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th, once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Have done the ride before. Have done the ride with Bulldog before.
Nice.
He can fly on the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, his bike has been custom made, fit to his frame, making him a machine that I was trying to keep up with him and I couldn't. We did 45 miles that time, and the last 5 miles he dusted me. But we did it with the group here. It was fun. So join the WGR team for the Ride for Roswell. We'll all be out there. If I ride this year, I'm looking at 5 miles or less.
Okay.
Only because I've got the 100 holes of golf 2 days before. And
so your legs are going to be shot.
Usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes those events don't exactly overlap in the same week, but having walked 35 miles on a Thursday.
Yeah, and then a Saturday.
Usually, I'll be part of the party, encouraging everyone, but I might not, crank out 45 miles on the bike. We'll see. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. We're going to call in here Paul in Buffalo on Ovechkin. We got the Sabres who got to win, and Ovechkin continues to close in on Gretzky, 12 away from tying, 13 away from the record. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, guys. And, last week I called about Sid Crosby, and today it's about Ovechkin. When I think of those two, I think of, respectively, Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. Rafa Nadal in his prime was an absolute force of nature. And in his prime, Alex Ovechkin, in an era when no one could score, he was a force of nature that could not be stopped by anybody. In 2007, 2008, when he scored 65 goals, people forget, he threw 220 hits, and they weren't cheapies. He hit like Pat Coletta hit, except he brought about 50 more pounds to each hit. There's a reason he's only been in about 2 fights in his entire career, because guys know he would drop them. He would one-punch people. He is a force that this league never saw besides Eric Lindros, really, at the forward position in the modern era. And I mean, Scott Stevens cut Lindros' career short. Ovechkin was nothing short of breathtaking in his time. And here's like the crazy point. He has won Stanley Cup. I mean, he was so dominant in the playoffs against the Penguins, and then Mike Green and Alex Semin, who were regular season heroes for the Capitals, would just turn into nothing burgers in the playoffs, and his team would get beat. One cup in almost 20 years of play from this brilliant player. That's how hard it is to win a Stanley Cup. So maybe us Sabre fans can pick our chin up a little bit and look at our blue line and realize we have the best defenseman in the NHL. I don't give a damn what people say about Cale Makar. I'd take Daline over him any day of the week. Boys, have a great show. 9 more wins in a row for the Sabres, and we'll be right there.
That's right, Paul. Operation 10 straight. That's how I'm doing it. You got to win.
We're going to put it on the whiteboard.
That's right. Operation 10 straight. His career points in the playoffs for Ovechkin is 141 in 151. Like nearly a point per game player in the postseason.
Okay.
And thank goodness he won that cup.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do the thing. Yeah,
because I wonder
would people do the thing with him? Well, hey, it was great, but never won anything. What good was it?
Yeah. Right. I mean, I wonder if I don't think fan bases that had never won before will do this, because otherwise I would think there's room for, man, yeah, you had 20 years of the greatest goal scorer of all time, and you only won one? It's kind of like LeBron with Cleveland. Like, hey, what if I told you you're going to get the greatest player of all time? He's going to play for you for like 14 seasons. Oh, yeah, sweet. You won once.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he left
Great.
and won everywhere else, too.
Right, like, okay, good. I think I feel good about that, but like, even though I feel like I should win more, but whatever, I'll take the one. Like, that's maybe, is that a Capitals fan with Ovechkin? Like, I have the greatest goal scorer ever.
Yeah, whatever. You got one.
But I got one, yeah.
803-0550. Paul on the other side. Get his thoughts on the Ovechkin chase, the Sabres, Operation 10 straight, a puck to Rob Ray's head. It was an eventful weekend. The Sabres home for Anaheim tomorrow. And then we'll shift some gears and get to some football stuff ahead of the Combine. Have rules proposals coming out on touchbacks. Lots of good stuff to get to. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. From Indianapolis, Justin Mellow, the Draft Network at 9 o'clock as well. So we got you covered here on WGR.
It is Sneaky Joe here for Clinton Collision. If your car is taking a hit of any kind, which is happening a lot right now, slippery the roads can be with the weather the way it is, trust the pros at Clinton Collision. I was just in there last week actually getting a dent fixed up. So check out Clinton Collision, a family-owned business. It's been serving Buffalo for over 70 years, whether it's a fender bender or it's a big dent. If you got major repairs, of course, as well, Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo is the team that I trust, and you should too. Book your free estimate. Call 716-823-2000 or visit ClintonCollision.com. Again, 716-823-2000. And be sure to tell them that Sneaky Joe sent you. Sabres got back to business this weekend with a 8-2 win over the New York Rangers. 2 goals for Tage Thompson, Rasmus Dahlin, and Ryan McLeod, who has now set his career high in goals. He never had more than 13 in Edmonton. He's now got 14 on the year. Thompson, by the way, up to 28, is climbing the league scoring leaders right now. He's tied for 8th in the NHL and has played fewer games than a lot of guys ahead of him. Sabres will next play Anaheim tomorrow night. That'll be at home again at KeyBank Center. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Alex Tuck dealing with injury as well. We'll keep an eye on his status over the next day or so. To football, Matthew Stafford in LA has received permission from the Rams to begin speaking with other teams. There have been trade speculation about Stafford since the end of the season, and that is looking more and more likely that Stafford could get traded out of Los Angeles. Chris Godwin and the Buccaneers appear to be on the way to an agreement. Dan Pompei of The Athletic believes or reports that the Buccaneers want to re-sign Godwin and believe that they will sign Godwin before he hits free agency. The NFL is considering moving touchbacks up to the 35-yard line, according to Pro Football Talk, and this is Combine Week in Indianapolis. Shadur Sanders of Colorado will not throw at the Combine this week, as a lot of top quarterbacks no longer do. PGA Tour, Brian Campbell wins the Mexico Open, not the former Sabre. He wins in a playoff yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. In the opening period, and Razor just took another one.
Yeah, I got a couple there in the eyebrow, a couple little stitches. But
all right, so where did it hit first, or is that all in one motion?
Right where the golf ball is, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not normal.
Well, I mean, Rob's puck hit him at approximately 15 miles an hour. The one that hit me hit me at 100. And here's the difference: when the puck hits Rob's head, it breaks. When it hits mine, it just absorbs it a little. That's just even for what he said. I already listened to what he said about me. He said it's the difference between Eastern Canadians and Western Canadians. Western Canadian had to leave the game, and he stayed in.
Great moment. The puck hits Rob at the game on Saturday. I thought that was the obvious joke. Is the puck all right? Paul Hamilton joining us. Paul, what's the fastest you ever got hit with a puck in your days on the ice? 100 miles an hour? What do you think?
I don't know. I broke the orbital bone once when a puck hit me in the eye.
Ooh, so, boy.
It cut the eyelid. It broke the bone.
It's breakfast, Paul. I mean, I asked. It's not your fault. I did ask.
Well, you asked for miles per hour, I think, more than the medical report.
That's right.
But yet, I didn't lose any sight, it didn't damage the eye at all, so I was pretty thankful for that.
Did you miss any shifts?
Oh, he was back out there.
It was the last shift of the game.
Okay, good. There you go.
Okay.
So the answer is no. You didn't miss any shifts. That's that's how you got to sell it, Paul. Well, go ahead.
No, that was
okay. All right. Well, the puck hits Rob, and he had a nice cut over his eye. It went national. The Four Nations was a big deal, and I saw a lot of the sports world reacting to Rob getting hit with the puck. Anyway, the Sabres win, Paul. And that was good, right? Back from a big lengthy break and catching a Rangers team maybe half asleep. Shesterkin is not exactly his best against the Sabres, too. That's something else that we've got as a potential theme here.
And he absolutely stole them a game in Pittsburgh yesterday. I mean, the shots, I think, were 31-9, and the Rangers had a 2-1 lead.
Mm-hmm.
In that period, the shots were 14-0 for a while. And then the Rangers finally scored a goal, so the Rangers won the period, and took the lead, and they wound up winning the game. But the only reason they won was Shesterkin was just fantastic. So I guess he needed a warm-up game, and I would. This is a total wild guess, but it's not. It's pretty rare that he gets pulled out of a game. I would imagine that's the first time one team has dumped him out of a game twice, and in one season. I'd be willing to bet that probably hasn't happened in his career. Now, I don't know that for sure. I'm just guessing just because of what a great goaltender he is. But I wouldn't think the same team would have done that to him twice in a year, and they did that in New York earlier in the year in November. So, yeah, as I said, good thing they caught him on Saturday because he was great on Sunday.
Yeah, and they got after him immediately, right? 5 in the first period, and a couple of those, again, were the ones where you want to give some credit even while acknowledging, like Jack Quinn's goal, for instance, Paul, like he doesn't get almost any of the shot, but it was a 2-on-1. Like
it was a changeup he threw.
It was a changeup.
Yeah, it was a changeup.
Yeah.
So like they still should deserve credit for getting the chance. They're coming down an odd man rush, even if they were still getting a couple breaks from the goaltender.
Yeah, they got a couple breaks from the goaltender, but I mean, from that rush on, I mean, that was a turnover by Miller. Keandre Miller just blindly throws it up the wall. Quinn's there, picks it off, comes in, and yeah, Shesterkin, when Quinn's coming down, you're expecting a bullet, and you get a changeup. I'm not going to blame him on that one. But yeah, it just went from there. The Rangers were turning the puck over, but a lot of it was the way the Sabres were playing. I mean, the Sabres were playing fast. They were killing plays. They were causing turnovers and turning turnovers into offense. I mean, that it was just. I want to give the Sabres a lot of credit for the way they played. I think they made the Rangers play poorly at times for the way they were putting pressure on them. And the Rangers didn't react very well, as the Rangers haven't reacted very well to a lot of hockey that's been played against them this year. But I mean, they were basically on their way to playing like that yesterday too, or they were playing like that until their goaltender held them in the game where they could finally. I mean, Pittsburgh looked like they had a beer league goaltender. I mean, he was awful. And it was, but the Rangers certainly didn't play a good game.
So to that point, Paul, we got this earlier in the show. I brought up the idea about goal differential and if it means anything. And I wonder if you have any thought on that. Like Pittsburgh is a -44, and the Sabres are a -8, and yet they're very close together in the standings. And there's something to be said about how you are winning, how you are losing. The Sabres are losing close games. I mean, it's been a bad year. But do you have any part of you that thinks they probably don't deserve to be in the spot that they're in? Like, not that they should be in a playoff spot, but just the idea that, there are teams that have played worse that are maybe a little bit above them in the standings.
No, I think they deserve it. I mean, look at 8 of their last 9 games I think they've played well in. The Nashville game would be the one that I would say they didn't. They've gone 6-3. And look at the standings. They haven't moved out of last place. By going 6-3 and playing 8 good hockey games out of 9. The 2 other than the Nashville game, actually they could have won the Nashville game too. They were in that game. But the other 2, they played good games. They it was tied in the third period or behind by 1 goal. The game was right there for them. They easily could have won them. So even though they lost 2 of them, I don't think they played poorly at all. But it's just right now too little too late. I mean, it's pretty much, how many times did they go in like Nashville? Nashville had lost 6 in a row, played the night before. The Sabres faced that so many times where they came in against a team that was slumping like that and lost the game. I can't tell you how many times that's happened. I know Detroit had lost a number of games, and the Sabres had a 5-3 lead, like somewhere around midway through the third period, and they lost that game. Colorado came in slumping. Sabres went out to a 4-0 lead. They lost that game. I mean, so they've played against some teams that were struggling, but they couldn't take advantage of it, and they wound up losing the hockey game. And I think that was the biggest thing, is how they were blowing leads all the time. I mean, first periods have not been their problem. Look, there was last year, but not this year. And they get out to leads, and then all of a sudden they can't hold it, and they wind up losing hockey games. So that's where I would say, yeah, I think they totally deserve to be where they are right now. But I do, for the most part, I think goal differential is something you can depend on. But as in any stat, there are some outliers. And that's why I think they deserve to be where they are. Just the number of times they've blown pretty good leads.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best first period team in the league on the year, and they still find themselves in last place. Paul, some of the individuals that performed yesterday, so McLeod now is at a career high in goals, and Greenway has a goal yesterday, and these are guys that will need contracts, different situations, right? McLeod's going to be
assist.
an RFA.
Greenway was an assist.
Right, because that was deflected. That was the McLeod goal. So looking at some of these guys, the deadline is coming up. McLeod's maybe separate from this, but looking at them, who do you kind of think they're prioritizing and what like deals for maybe those two especially might look like? Like, I don't think there's any debate they want to sign Greenway and that they will sign McLeod. I'm struggling to figure out like what those numbers look like though.
Yeah, I would Zucker's in that boat too. At his age, I'd probably be looking at giving him a 2-year contract with a bit of a raise, but it can't be huge. I mean, he's making $5 million. I mean, I'm not paying him $7 million, or anything like that. So, but I think it's important to find some common ground if you can, and bring him back. And he has said he would like to come back. Greenway would like to come back. I think you just saw the way Greenway played in that game against the Rangers, how valuable he is to the team. He just does things that other guys on the team don't do, and he does them well. And I mean, he was really ready to play. I mean, on that Daline goal, Greenway's up over on the far wall, winning the battle, and then takes the puck out. He skates it all the way through the zone, back to the right point, and Daline is so good, he realizes what Greenway's doing, and he rotates with him. So now Daline rotates down to the right circle. Greenway gets a clean lane to the net. He's got guys in front, takes the shot, and Daline's the one that tips it in. Because Daline, realizes what's happening here, and he rotates with him. A lot of defensemen wouldn't have rotated there. Across the NHL, I'm not just saying a lot of Sabre defensemen, a lot of defensemen on the NHL wouldn't have recognized what was happening there, and wouldn't have rotated, but like Daline did, who I think I've seen all but one of his. I was having surgery once. I think I've seen all but one of his NHL games, and I can't think of a game where Daline was even close to playing that well. He by far, I think, played the best game of his NHL career. And it wasn't just because he had 4 points. He dug a puck out of the back of the net, or not the back of the net, but it was headed to the back of the net. It had gone through Luukkonen. It was going in, and it was sliding through the crease, and Daline got back there and dug that out. I thought he killed so many plays. His breakouts were great. I mean, just as fast as he was playing with speed. And I'd ask him because he had – he scored the goal for Team Sweden. He scored against Nashville. The goal against Nashville before the break was his first goal since November 23rd. And then he scored 2 goals in this game, and he revealed that he hasn't been able to shoot the puck with an injury. And it seems like that injury has finally subsided, and all of a sudden the puck's starting to go into the net for him. And as Lindy Ruff said afterwards, he goes, he doesn't complain. Nobody knows. He goes, sometimes the team doesn't really know how injured he actually is because he doesn't complain. He just goes out and plays because he thinks, that's what he's here to do, is go out and play. It's kind of like shut up and play, and that's what he does. But he did reveal that he hasn't been able to shoot the puck.
Paul Hamilton joining us here. Paul, back to the Greenway and Zucker ideas about extensions. The money, a lot of these new deals might be pretty high due to the cap and how the cap's expected to go up. In the case of the Sabres, I feel like this deadline is different than others because they don't exactly have the easiest time convincing guys to sign and play here maybe. And if you have 2 guys that want to stay or are interested in staying and you can give them money, I think they should just kind of say, what good is a 3rd-round pick to us? What good is any sort of mid-pro? Who cares? We got to field a team of NHL players. So that doesn't mean I'm sitting out the deadline, but I have absolutely no interest in anything that isn't an NHL player.
I have interest in what they did, around 2 days before the deadline last year, where they traded Middlestat for Byram. And those trades don't happen a lot, but they did it. They were able to make a hockey trade at the deadline, which, doesn't always happen. So that would be the trade. Even as long as Greenway and Zucker haven't just said, we're not signing, we're absolutely not signing, I would not trade them. I would just continue to try to negotiate with them. And because I think Jeremy is exactly right. They're to a point now they don't need draft picks and all that. They already got too many prospects. From what I mean by that is that will play in the NHL. They all can't play. They have too many that they all are not going to be a Buffalo Sabre. So they don't need prospects right now. That's why, a lot of people were upset when they traded Savoy for McLeod, and McLeod is what they needed. And they needed a two-way center, and they have all these guys who are picks and were high picks, and they may play and they may not, and nobody knows what Savoy. He's finally up with Edmonton. He's played a couple of games as an assist in a couple of games. He could be a Hall of Fame player. He could be a total bust. Nobody knows what he's going to be, and they needed a player like that. Is Beck Malenstein worth a second-round pick when they traded for him? Probably not, but he is what they needed. And they went out and got an extra second-round pick with the idea that they were going to trade it. We're getting this pick because now we're at the draft. We're going to try to trade it. So that's what they did. I had no problem with that. I mean, they really didn't need to make a selection and get another second-round pick in here.
Yeah, they kind of have to operate with their own version of currency, Paul. Like, we can sit here and talk about all the reasons that they have to operate this way, but the reality is that they probably do. And, that's whatever. It's something to be given as context. So Anaheim is up next, and the deadline is a week from Friday, so we're closing in on it. And, Paul, quickly, I wonder a thought on the Ovechkin race. Joe and I talked about that a little bit earlier today. He's now 12 away from Gretzky, 13 away from breaking it, and, all signs point to him doing it this year. They play the Sabres, is it in 15 games, Joe, you told me?
15 games they play, and he's got 25 left total.
So the race will probably be still alive when he plays the Sabres, and I wonder if you have just a thought on what he's doing at this point.
It's crazy. I mean, the Sabres play Washington. It's the last game of the month of March when they play the Caps in Washington. It's an afternoon game on a Sunday. So, I for the longest time, I didn't really think he was going to do it. I remember I would have this argument with Andrew Peters a lot when I was on with him, and we would go back and forth about it, and he was right. I mean, he's going to break the record, and I just thought that was one of those records that I just didn't think was going to be broken, and he's going to do it. I mean, he's just such a great goal scorer, and the reason I didn't think he'd do it is I didn't think he'd still be able to play at this high level at this age. Right. I thought, it's probably going to drop a little bit. Most players it does, unless your name is Jágr, or now your name is Ovechkin, or your name is Crosby. It just they haven't really dropped off, and they're still producing, and that's why he's able to do it, because he has had pretty good longevity. I mean, he had an injury in this year, but for the most part, he's had good longevity and has been able to play at a high level, and still plays at a high level even at his age.
Yeah, does it make it better for you, Paul, that he didn't kind of back into this by hanging out till 42, scoring 15 goals a year? Like, not only the stunning part for me is not only is he on a 50-goal pace for an 82-game season over at 39, it's that he's also doing this while his team is number one in the NHL, which that's the part I just did not see coming.
Yeah, and that's why I hate it. And I thought Gordie Howe, I'm not trying to belittle Gordie Howe, but when he was in his 50s, who was it? The Whalers, I believe, let him come out of retirement and play one game. Yeah, it was just so. Yeah, somebody let him come out of retirement and play one game. No, and same thing with Al Arbour. Ted Nolan was the head coach of the Islanders. Ted Nolan became the assistant coach of that game, in quotations. And Al Arbour came out of retirement and was, quote, the head coach that night. And he went to a round number. I don't want to say what the number was. I don't remember. I think it might have been 1,500 but I'm not positive. But it was to get from 99 to a round number, and I thought, no, this is fake.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is fake, and the Ovechkin record is not fake in any way, shape, or form.
Real quick, Paul, on what's going on down in Rochester. They're number 1 in the AHL, and it's now by 3 points. But Levi gets another shutout last night. Like, how excited do you think people should allow themselves to be about him? Because he's played in the NHL, but there could be a point about, maybe just throw that all out for when he becomes a full-time NHLer. Is that the right attitude? Because he just, every time he's going down to the AHL and he's still at a young age, he looks like the best goalie in that league, or at least one of them.
He does, and it has not translated to the NHL, and we don't know if it ever will. Rosian would be the same boat. Look at where he is in the scoring. He's second in the league in goals. Last count, I believe he was, before I looked, they've played games since, he was like 4th in the league in scoring. And he comes up to Buffalo, and he doesn't even get scoring chances. I mean, when he plays in Buffalo. And so you wonder, certainly I'm not giving up on him. He's too young to give up on still. But he at least has had a good growth experience being in the American Hockey League. He's played over 100 American Hockey League games. Too many of the Sabres were rushed up to the NHL. People want to ask me, well, they should bring up Levi. No, actually they shouldn't. Let him finish down there. Let's not rush it. Let him keep being an all-star down there. Let's see where he can take the Amerks for a year. Then, once you get to the summer and get to training camp, then worry about if, he's ready to be in the NHL. But I think part of the reason the Sabres are where they are is too many guys got rushed up here and played like 50 AHL games or less, and or none, and then they wind up on the Sabres.
Paul Hamilton. Up next, Anaheim, and, we count down towards the deadline, which is a week from Friday. Thank you, Paul.
No problem. Take care.
Paul's report, brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Sabres and Anaheim up next.
Yeah, Rosian, I don't know what we're calling him at this point. He is second in the AHL in both goals and points. And they're first place. So.
And he was drafted 11 years ago? No, sorry. Sorry. How long ago? It takes some time.
You're not even that. It's 6. I think it's 6.
Is it? It's not. No, it can't be really 6.
I think he was drafted 2019.
It's not correct. There's no.
You thought you were exaggerating by more than it was actually?
Yeah.
You're right. Sorry, I'm wrong. 2021.
Okay.
2021.
Okay.
Feel better? No, better?
Fine. Yeah, I feel generally fine.
The Ducks wearing they're all orange now. Like this year was full uniform
went
change.
To orange.
They went to all orange, but brought the Mighty Ducks logo back.
Good.
And they're bad too. I think they might have the second longest drought in the league. There's a lot of long droughts. Like Sabres have the longest drought, but all this talk of parity. Like Ottawa hasn't made the playoffs in 7 years. The Red Wings haven't made the playoffs in 6 years. The Ducks haven't made the playoffs in like 7 years. Like there's a lot of droughts right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll get some football in. 803-0550. There's a good number of rumors, and I would expect them to pick up. It's Combine Week. The entire league is in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
GMs, coaches. Sean McDermott speaks later today. I got a question for you about, Myles Garrett. On ESPN right now, we're looking at Myles Garrett highlights. Who's the second name? Or maybe we should even move it to another position. We're all thinking Garrett, Crosby.
This is for the Bills, right?
Yeah, Khalil Mack. Like, what is the next idea? Other than the big stud pass rusher you might want them to go seek, who's the next name we're watching out there? DK Metcalf? I feel like we should probably put a few more on the board in terms of guys to look out for. One player that is not going to be franchise tagged says he believes his team is moving on from him and could be an idea for the Bills at safety. We'll get you that name and explore some other ideas when we return here on WGR.
Sabres win 8-2 this weekend over the Rangers in their first game back from the Four Nations break. 2 goals for Tage Thompson, 2 for Rasmus Dahlin, and 2 for Ryan McLeod, who sets his career high in goals with his 13th and 14th of the season. Sabres will be back in action tomorrow against Anaheim. Alex Tuck went down with an ugly injury late in the game and did not return, so we'll keep an eye on him over the next couple of days. Any further injury updates? 7 o'clock tomorrow against the Ducks. Pregame starts at 6 here on WGR. Alex Ovechkin now 13 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goals record after he scored a hat trick yesterday for the Capitals, who are in first place in the NHL. In football, Matthew Stafford has been given permission to not to seek a trade, but to talk to other teams. There is continued trade speculation and rumors about Stafford out of LA. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
The Dolphins do not plan to tag Javon Holland, and this sounds like, as of now, they will allow him to test the free agent market. Not a surprise, given their cap situation. They have a lot of needs elsewhere and not as much money to spend it on. But Javon Holland is listed as the top safety on a lot of people's boards, and he's going to get a chance to test that market and see where he can cash in big time on a potential new payday. And look, this is a guy who was a 3-time captain in Miami, an explosive playmaker. Last year and a half, he's been banged up, hasn't played his best ball, but somebody's going to get a guy under 25 still ready to make that playmaking ability.
It's Cameron Wolfe on Javon Holland. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We talked a lot of hockey today, some Sabres, some Ovechkin, but all right, some football rather with the combine opening up. Javon Holland's the name. He's PFF's 3rd-ranked free agent.
All positions.
All positions. T. Higgins is number 1. I forget who's number 2. Javon Holland's number 3.
Is it Milton?
No. Chris Godwin's up there near the top. Khalil Mack is near the top. But Javon Holland is near the top. And he's an interesting one. The safety position for the Bills is interesting.
Trey Smith, by the way.
There you go. Trey Smith might be the one. That's number 2, guard for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So I went to Javon Holland, like PFF's grades, rankings. How good is he? Cameron Wolfe lays out there, 25, playmaking ability. He's been banged up. That might be how you get him for cheap. Where did Pro Football Focus rank him among safeties this year? Understanding PFF grade is not perfect, but if the Bills sign somebody and the PFF grade is high, what do we say? Oh, sweet, he must be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Javon Holland came in ranked among safeties by PFF at number 56 among safeties. Jordan Poyer was number 57. Pretty far down the list.
Yeah.
That said, 56 would be the highest ranked regular safety on the Bills. Taylor Rapp, DeMar Hamlin, both below that. The safeties did not grade out very well at all. And I wonder, like the formula, Joe, of finding the right players. Wouldn't every Bills fan think something along the lines of, hey, just go ahead and find your next Hyde and Poyer. Guys that one guy, Hyde, had been pretty good. You sign him to a decent deal. Poyer, you find a skill set, and you just kind of shine that up into something really great, because that's what Poyer was when he came here. So I don't know if Javon Holland is the guy that's the Hyde here. Hey, he's had some success.
Yeah.
You'll make him a better version of himself here. The safety position and corner, there's a lot of talk about Myles Garrett, as there should be. But looking at the next name, who's the next name out there? You said Milton Williams on the defensive line, Josh Sweat.
Yep.
Where are we at the idea past pass rusher? I still think safety has to be high on their list, and I'm not operating like Cole Bishop doesn't exist, but he's not keeping me off of anybody.
Yeah, for me, he is. For me, safety is not even really on my radar. I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but is there even a point to be mentioned that they signed? What did they think Poyer and Hyde were when they signed him? Did they just think, okay, we're gonna have some pretty good safeties for a while,
right? And then
they didn't go out and get all pros. Yeah. So again, maybe they saw the value though along the way of that, and they'd be chasing that again. For me, it's corner. For me, it's absolutely corner because I don't know who's starting there. Like safety, I've got a second-round rookie that the plan sounded all along like he wasn't going to play. He was going to start in year 2. So why am I going away from that? Because he played 3 games and one of them didn't go well? Maybe.
Now, but his grade was, I mean, if you're...
Was bad?
Oh, it's real bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe they're off that. Corner, though, for me is like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, I don't want to bring back Rasul Douglas. I guess you could on a 1-year deal, have him compete with a rookie. That could be a first-round pick. Corner and just plug him in opposite of Christian Benford. But for me, I want corner. Like if I'm debating between the 2 secondary positions. I don't know though who the name is. Is there a Javon Holland level corner? Travarius Ward, I know is a cornerback for the Niners that's becoming available, but he's kind of the same age as Rasul Douglas. So that's not like long-term, top boundary corner along with Christian Benford. Do you even want to do that? You're going to have to pay Benford. Last year, when we spent most of the trade deadline week talking about the cornerback position, did we not? Like it was a lot about Patrick Surtain was like maybe available. Jalen Johnson we thought was from the Bears, and it was all right. Go get your new number 1 corner. At that point, I don't think we were thinking about paying Christian Benford $18 million a year, right? So the landscape has changed, but there is still a starting job available for week 1 of 2025 at a pretty premium position.
Yeah.
That if you want to react to how the season ended with corners getting beat repeatedly. Elam and Douglas were getting beat constantly by the Chiefs receivers. So that would be it for me. But again, my holdup is Byron Murphy is another one from the Vikings. He had 6 interceptions on the year. He's listed at number 20 on the ESPN top 50 free agents list. Carlton Davis of the Lions is ranked number 23. He had an injury. Like those are only 3 names that are ranked above Douglas.
Yeah.
So one of those 3 names to me is like, all right, go get a corner. Go get a corner opposite of Benford.
Looking at, again, the Bills on PFF, it's coverage grades that are just a mess all over the place. Yeah. Douglas is bad. Grades for Hamlin, for Bishop.
Because I thought the Bills' safeties, like their tackling and run defense grades, I thought were pretty good.
Decent.
But it's the coverage that they just get.
Yep. Yeah, wrap
torn
against
apart.
the run. Yes. In coverage, they were. It's why I kind of expect a full overhaul. I mean, you make a point about Bishop here, but yeah, kind of a full overhaul of their secondary. Benford stays, and so many other pieces.
Benford and Taron Johnson.
Taron Johnson, sure, he can stay too. What's the future for Milano? What's the future for Terrell Bernard here? You'd think those guys will be back for another year, but it's just the defense. It wasn't even just bad against the Chiefs. The Chiefs was an example of getting beat by a team that was there to be had. Their defense this year was taken multiple times and just not near where it normally is. So I don't think Myles Garrett fixes that on his own. We'll see if Garrett is at the Combine this week or his agent's there and starting to – are they just going to try and throw logs on the fire? Like keep pushing this thing? If he wants out of Cleveland, which he has said, so he does, they'll try to lean and put as much pressure as they possibly can. And, all right, let's play the game. You're Garrett's agent. How do you do that? You start to leak what offers could be? Do you start to make it sound like they could get a good offer, and because of that, Andrew Berry and the Browns, chatter gets out there, well, I mean, come on, we could get 2 first-round picks. Why wouldn't we do that? This guy wants to leave anyway. We're going to reset things. I'd expect Garrett stuff to kick up a little bit this week.
Maybe you start hearing – because what do you need right now if you're Garrett? Don't you need the Browns to start playing ball? The Browns, like, there's reports out here the Browns are like, oh, no, we could just give him a huge contract and he'll stay. You know, like,
and he said he doesn't want that.
Right. So the Browns are acting as though they might believe they could still rectify this and keep him around. So what should your goal be then? All right, we need to make it clear to them they need to start talking to teams. So, I don't know, do you see a list this week? Do you see a list of teams Garrett would want to play for? Like, all right, you've had a shot here to start to deal with the whole league. And now we're going to start listing off teams. We're going to start minimizing your board, the amount of teams that you can bid with, the amount of teams you could take offers from. We're going to start taking your leverage away, one by one. So start talking. I mean, that's what you do, right?
These teams love to act like they can just keep the guy, and They can call his bluff and see if he's going to sit out games.
Well, that's what they might be daring him. Like, we don't. I wonder if they're daring him to make it ugly. Maybe they don't believe he will. Like, we don't think you'll make it ugly. We think you'll come in. We think you'll report. Will be threats about holding out. But day 3 of training camp, you'll be there. And if I'm Garrett, I need to make the Browns know I'm not coming to nothing. Like, that's how you get traded. You need to make the team know there is no way I'm coming to anything.
Right.
Not, Poyer showed up on day 2, right? Like, didn't the Bills maybe kind of call his bluff? Like, he wanted a new contract a couple years ago, and Poyer didn't make it ugly.
That's right.
There's NBA examples of this. Damian Lillard didn't make it ugly when he wanted out of Portland, and he got traded to a team he didn't want to go to. But other guys will be like showing up and stomping their feet at practice, and like they'll make it ugly. And those guys often are the ones that get what they want.
He's got to do the George Costanza, is what you're saying.
Yes, he needs to drag the World Series trophy around in his car in the parking lot.
Got to try to get fired.
Yeah, go wear Jim Brown's pants is what he needs to do. Show up at the Browns facility. I think he's got to make it ugly. So whatever that means. Is that worse than just putting a list of teams out there? I don't know what's worse right now, other than he unfollows guys on social media or something.
Right. It's all about who's calling whose bluff. Like, they could call his bluff and say, all right, you're on the team, you're going to get fined if you're not here. Or they could be bluffing, and he could just be saying, like, come on, make the deal happen. You're getting good offers. You're getting fair offers. Make the deal happen. 803-0550. We'll see. Combine week, and all the workouts get started on Thursday. The league is there. NFL Competition Committee Chairman Rich McKay says they're looking to tweak the kickoff again. You've mentioned this in updates a couple times.
Yeah.
Moving the touchback rather, to the 35-yard line. This year it was at the 30. So the dynamic kickoff led to a 57% rise in returns. One side effect, there's no longer a surprise onside kick. We knew that. But they might want to move the touchback to the 35 instead of the 30. And the reason for that is that they want more returns, right?
Yes.
They don't want you to kick it through the back of the end zone. They want you to land it in the landing zone.
Yep.
So the 35, think about the 35. It used to be touchbacks were the 20.
Yeah.
Now you're getting 15 extra yards, and it used to be that kicking the ball out of bounds was the 40. This is almost equivalent to what was a penalty for a long time. They're just trying to get that play to be alive again. And with the successful diminishing of concussions on kickoffs, I feel like the NFL's got a good idea here, right? Let's get as many returns as possible. Maybe the dynamic kickoff has kind of fixed the concussion problem. We've also found a way to, make it enough of a penalty to kick it out of the end zone. Let's add a little bit more, and let's get returns on all these kicks, as many as possible. So I don't think there's any problem with going to the 35 for a touchback. Works for me. More returns.
And I think you would get more.
Yeah, I think so too.
I wouldn't want to. If I'm the Bills, I'm going to tell Bass. I'm not going to want to tell him to kick it out of the back of the end zone. I should be able to do better than the 35-yard line. I think most returns this year that were taken back didn't get to the touchback line. Like it was only like a yard or two difference. But if now you're adding on another 5 to that, like I think you're going to see a ton of returns. Like I think this would get what they want. This will get the returns they want.
Indianapolis is apparently fighting to keep the combine.
As the host city?
Mm-hmm. Other cities are allowed to bid, just like the Super Bowl. And
I can't even remember a time where it wasn't in Indianapolis.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So at last year's combine, the league hosted officials from Vegas, Minneapolis, Nashville, and Phoenix to discuss hosting it in the future. So there are a number of markets interested. Indy has been the tradition for a long time.
It's kind of a weird event to kind of want, though, isn't it? Like, you don't really sell tickets to it.
I mean,
like,
Buffalo hosts the NHL Combine and has for years and years and years.
That's right.
It was the kind of event that didn't have a host until the Sabres and Harbor Center went for it.
Isn't that kind of why, though? Like, does anybody else really care? Does anybody else really want it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm what's the benefit of it? What's the benefit? You get to be the host city. The whole NFL world comes to you, but you're not selling tickets. You're not making money off the event, I think, unless you get some share of like the TV stuff. Maybe there's more to it than that for me that I'm not picking up on. Because, right, the NHL Combine is like obviously super small in comparison.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Justin Mellow from the Draft Network. He'll check in at 9 o'clock from Indy. The Combine's still there. It's there this year. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwal Eye Care. They've got another event coming up Wednesday. That's right, this Wednesday, the 26th, 11:30 at 3095 Harlem Road. That's their Harlem Road location for Atwal Eye Care. And the event is a lunch and learn, a cataract lunch and learn. Register now for a free, no pressure, no obligation lunch and learn with Dr. Atwal. Your vision may be suffering from cataracts if you're noticing that driving home at night is a little more difficult than it used to be. Cataracts are part of the natural aging process of the eye, and Atwal Eye Care can cover you with customized surgery options that fit your lifestyle. So get the answers you need at Atwal Eye Care's Lunch and Learn, Wednesday the 26th. That's this Wednesday, 11:30 at their Harlem Road location. Stop procrastinating. Register now at atwaleye.com and grab something to eat and grab all the information you need. Get your questions answered, watch the presentation, and change the way you see the world. Atwal Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills and the eye care I trust for my family. This new music. What's
All
the
right,
floor?
time for 2-minute instant trivia.
Oh, wow. 2-minute trivia?
2-minute trivia. There are 10 answers. We're going to see how many you can get in 2 minutes. If you can get all
boy.
10, that'd be super impressive.
All right.
All right, ready?
Yeah, what is it? What do we got?
Can you give me the current 10 NFL head coaches that are older than Sean McDermott? There are only 10
Okay.
out of 32.
The Harbaughs.
Correct. Third and fifth.
Pete Carroll.
First. Oldest.
Andy Reid.
Second oldest. 66.
Sean Payton.
Sixth oldest. 61 years old.
That's the entire AFC West, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn, seventh oldest at 54. How about that? Less than a minute.
I'm working here. How many left?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 left. Ooh.
You're missing the fourth oldest and then the 3 that are right above McDermott at 51, 52, and 52. The fourth oldest is 61.
Todd Bowles.
61 years old. You're missing 2 52s and a 51.
Josh is shouting out the times here. 50s. Guys in their...
Tomlin, 52.
I knew it would be close. How many left?
2. They're both first-time head coaches. They're brand new head coaches, I should say. Oh, they're both true.
Vrabel.
Nope.
I didn't want to say Vrabel. The way you said it made...
No, sorry.
That's not fair. I didn't want...
Give an extra 5 seconds.
I didn't want clues. Are we out of time? All right. I did all right. Who did I miss?
You missed the 2 guys that were just hired. Aaron Glenn, who was 52, and Brian Schottenheimer, who was 51.
I did not think Aaron Glenn was that old. I would not have gotten Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
All right. I did fine. I felt good about it.
The difference, though, at coach in these days, McDermott is 50. He is one of only 11 coaches that are 50 or older. Everybody else is younger than that.
Oh, used to be you couldn't get a job if you were young. Now they're like
now
young
it's
coaches.
all of them.
All right.
Just below McDermott, Dable, Vrabel, and Campbell.
Dable, Vrabel, Campbell. A nice law firm. Yeah. It's Combine Week. Joe's put up a Twitter poll about the Bills' goals here. And Sean McDermott speaks today at 4 o'clock, so that's something's going to happen as well. Sal's on his way to the Combine. We'll have coverage of Indianapolis throughout the week, checking in. It's kind of like a mini Super Bowl week. The entire NFL world goes there just without a game. And more steaks than whatever the food is every Super Bowl. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on the Sabres. And, they had a nice win. Ovechkin's chase, and
also I've got a poll up on your next favorite idea next to star pass rusher, and it's pretty close. Early on.
I think we have one problem with one of those answers on the poll.
Okay,
I'll get to that with you on the other side. It's not a great year to get one of the things the Bills appear to need. That's up next.
On X at WGR 550. Get connected to the home of the Bills. Brought to you by Hometown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, think about Riverfront Auto Sales. You can take your tax return to Riverfront, and they will double it towards the purchase of a vehicle. So if you bring a $500 check to Riverfront, they will double it, and Riverfront will now you have $1,000 for a vehicle. If you bring $1,000, they'll double it. So now you have $2,000 towards the purchase of your next vehicle. At Riverfront, your tax return dollar goes farther. So bring that money for a down payment. They'll match it, so it's worth 2 for 1, basically. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Give them a call. It's Riverfront Auto Sales. You can go online, riverfrontautosales.com. Also, if you want to sell a vehicle, you can sell with Riverfront, and they'll guarantee to give you the most money if it's a cash offer for your car, an instant cash offer, or if it's putting it at auction in front of as many eyes as possible. Riverfront is here to help you make sure you get the most for your car purchase or your sale. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Give them a call at Riverfront Auto Sales.
Sabres got back to work this weekend, beating the New York Rangers 8-2. Multi-goal games for Tage Thompson, Rasmus Dahlin, and Ryan McLeod. McLeod has now set a career high in goals with his 13th and 14th of the season. Next up is Anaheim tomorrow at 7 o'clock at home. Alex Tuch injured in the game. He looked like he had a serious injury. We'll see on his status over the next day or so. The Alex Ovechkin Gretzky chase continues. A hat trick yesterday for Ovechkin. He is now 13 goals away from breaking Gretzky's all-time goal record with 25 games to go in the season. They play the Sabres in 15 games. To football, Matthew Stafford has been given permission to speak with other teams as trade rumors continue to circulate on him. The league is reportedly considering moving touchbacks to the 35-yard line to increase the amount of kick returns. And this is NFL Combine week. Shadur Sanders will not throw at the NFL Combine this week. It's become more normal for the top quarterbacks. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
The production numbers, his numbers, yards, touchdowns, catches, whatever stats you're comparing from a production standpoint. Sometimes when you add a piece, it's what does it do for the group. Read a stat, or it was sent to me, but basically where the games that Amari played in, our offense averaged 7 point something more points a game. And so I do think Amari helped our offense.
Bills GM Brandon Beane, he'll speak later in the week. I think maybe tomorrow, if I'm correct. Sean McDermott speaks today. The Combine from Indianapolis is pretty much underway. So player interviews, on-field workouts, you run the 40, run the shuttle, all that good stuff. It's coming up this week. Quarterbacks won't throw.
Yeah. Normal.
Right. Yep, standard stuff.
Don't make it a big thing.
803-0550. So being there on Amari Cooper, we're going to get to that because of something that I'm just kind of picking up, reading the NFL world right now. You, Joe, posted a Twitter poll about the second idea. Yeah. Because the top idea for the Bills is to go hunt down a stud pass rusher, right? Yes. Whether that's Garrett, people like Crosby here, Max Crosby, Khalil Mack is a free agent. He'll be free.
Josh Sweat's a free agent.
Sure, right. Yeah. I think defensive end is an obvious target for the Bills, and I don't know that any Bills fan would say it's not a target. It's just a matter of, how much you're willing to pay into that, how much you want to buy in. And after that, what's the second idea? So what are your options I can vote for?
A safety like Javon Holland.
Okay.
Cornerback 2 upgrade.
Benford number 1. That would imply
over Douglas.
Okay.
Like a top defensive tackle.
Right.
Or an Amari Cooper replacement.
And this is free agency, not draft, or really either?
I put free agent / trade.
Okay.
Because that's going to come first.
That's right.
Trade doesn't necessarily have to, but, free agency will. Free agency is going to come.
And any draft pick, they could draft a receiver, and we would hope that guy is good. Or if they draft a corner, we hope he can be corner too. Or defensive lineman, same.
Right.
The one thing about
it's almost kind of like, what do you want to leave for the draft?
Right.
What do you want to do? What do you want to make sure you've got done before you get to the NFL draft?
That's a good way to put it. Because last year we watched them go to the draft, and let's just take the receiver position because that was a lot of the headlines last year. They signed Curtis Samuel. They signed MVS. No, that was after the draft.
That was after. They signed Samuel and Claypool, I think, before.
Okay. And they traded...
Mac Hollins. They signed Mac Hollins.
That's right. Yeah. Mac Hollins and Samuel, and they traded Diggs. And what did we think? Oh, they need a receiver.
They're going to draft a receiver.
They left the receiver to the draft, and they drafted Keon Coleman.
Yep.
One thing about that draft, though, it's supposed to be the crazy, sick, loaded wide receiver draft, and they came out with one, which is a little bit disappointing. They only came out with one. Now, this offseason, the comment there from Bean about Cooper, I know the defense is going to get most of the headlines. If we're trying to finish up the offense and get that other receiver, I don't really know that there are any ideas people are going to love right now. Last year in the draft, felt like there were a lot of good ideas. Mm-hmm. Coleman would have been one of the ideas, of course, but move up, take a guy, get bold, whatever. Right now, PFF's list of free agent wide receivers, the number one option is T. Higgins. He is franchise tagged. You're not going to get him.
Yeah.
The number 2 option is Chris Godwin. who just redid his contract with the Bucks to give them more time to land on a contract.
Right.
That's probably not going to happen.
No.
The third receiver for PFF.com and their wide receiver free agents, their third option is Hollywood Brown.
Okay.
That's where you're at. It's slim pickings.
I thought you were going to say Diggs was next, and that's obviously off the table,
That's
too.
probably off the table, yes.
That's what ESPN has.
And they also
their top three is Higgins, Godwin, Diggs.
Okay.
No.
Don't need Diggs. I mean, listen, if they were a time machine, you can get Diggs from 7 years ago, then yes. That's exactly what you.
But he's a slot receiver.
Right now, he's twilight of his career. I don't really know what the plan is here. People will say DK Metcalf, but the Seahawks indicated that they hired their offensive coordinator based on interviews where they planned what Metcalf's role would be.
And the two top, actually, Adam Rank, NFL.com this morning has he has an article like the 4 players that should get traded this offseason.
Is Tyreek Hill one of them?
There's 2 receivers, Tyreek Hill and George Pickens. Is that just no thank you on both automatically, too big a headache, not good enough to warrant it? How good are they in the first place? Hill is going to be expensive, and that's in division. Pickens is a psycho who's fighting people during interceptions, and he's yelling at whoever.
Isn't he not the good kind of psycho, though?
No, he's like the
bad
you
kind.
You can't predict what he's going to do on a play.
And he takes a lot of plays off, and he doesn't try.
Yep, and he has a lot of drops because he's just not focused or whatever. Because again, he's you can get in this dude's head by you just fight him on one play, and the next play, all he wants to do is punch you in the face, so he's missing a route. So he seems like someone that is legit. This is not wide receiver diva. This dude's head being on straight might be a bit of a project.
Right. They seem to battle with that in Pittsburgh.
Do the Bills think they could do a better job of keeping that dude's head on straight?
I don't know. Maybe. Teams that get good always get that benefit of the doubt. We watched the Patriot way be a thing where they'd sign a guy and say, you get him in that room and you'll be okay to handle that.
Sure.
Our conversation with Tyler Dunn last week was about this kind of move where, the Bills might need people that have enough talent to make others uncomfortable, but you just kind of deal with it. I don't know. I don't love the Pickens idea. Drafting one, I mean, they could have one fall to them. Cooper coming back on a short-term deal, being there is complimentary. The tone, if you read that quote, you'd say, all right, they scored more points when Cooper was dressed and in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
That's maybe true. Did he get out-snapped by Mac Hollins in the AFC Championship game? Tell me something other than we scored more points when he was in the lineup. Okay, you didn't play him.
He did mention the injury was a part of his story here too, but a wrist injury.
Sure, he didn't get on the field. Or did you guys score more points when he played 12 snaps?
For him, what's more important, whether he was on the field or not, or that they threw to him when he was? Because they did throw to him when he was out there.
Right.
So is that an indication that he just wasn't as up to speed with everything as the other guys, but when he was out there, the quarterback did throw to him at a higher rate than the other players?
How much of that is just by default? Who is your competition to get those types of throws?
No, sure, that's a lot. That's a lot of
Hollins and Coleman spent the second half of the season disappointing them.
Yep.
And Hollins was a nice story, but
he's still not just
right.
It's not a guy you're throwing to a lot.
Probably not.
Even when he's out there.
So the whole story about receiver in that mix about after edge rusher, maybe after defensive tackle, maybe after safety, I don't know that it looks like a very easy offseason to find what it is they need. That's probably a draft pick. It's probably a draft pick in the second or third or fourth round where they're going for somebody.
So that might be something you think they leave for the draft again.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unless what level of receiver could they sign where we would think, all right, they're done? If they sign Hollywood Brown, they're done. What if they sign Darius Slayton?
No. I mean,
are they done?
Well, they could be. We'd be doing it again, entering another year. We're okay, let's see how this goes.
But even that's different. Hollywood Brown, you're saying, you're walking into draft night, day 2. They're not picking one here. Where's he going to play? Who's he going over?
Yeah.
They signed Darius Slayton. Are we going into night 2 thinking, okay, they could do it tonight?
No.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't say that. Slayton's he's had a bunch of injuries. He's suffered to count on there, right? I don't know. They're going to focus 1,000,000% on their defense and reinventing their defense, and I just think that Josh Allen is going to maybe win MVP again because they're going to, everybody eats that offense. It was good before. The question is, can they find their way to someone other than James Cook being the explosive piece? I mean, Shakir did it a couple times. Coleman did it a couple times. Hollins did it a couple times.
But like you said, it's not really the offseason for that.
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like the offseason to get a weapon that, forget production is a way to talk about it. It's just other teams are going to have to worry about this player. That's what the Garrett thing is. I want the Bills to get players that heading into the week, our conversation is, what is the opponent going to do about this guy? Garrett gives you that. And on offense, right now that's Allen and I guess maybe some Cook and maybe some Shakir, and people are waiting for Kincaid to become that. It has not happened.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they can find that guy in this offseason clearly. It's more about finding, I guess, an upgraded Cooper.
And it's finding a skill set. It's finding a guy that is just a speed demon.
Right.
And the thing, though, about that, you kind of want that to grow as the season goes on. You want to be able to take a shot on that and maybe not expect it to hit right away, and then you just get a little bit lucky. Because there isn't that player. There's nobody they would even pick, I would say, or sign in free agency where walking in, it's the player you're talking about. Where, the defense, they got to worry about this guy. They got a game plan about this guy. They just have to have him. They have to have the conscious, he's out there. That's probably not happening beginning of the year. But can I even get a watered-down version of Worthy for this? Worthy at the beginning of the year, maybe he was this at the beginning of the year. By the end of the year, he was. By the end of the year, it was, just, watch out for that guy. You got to just make sure. You got to be on your toes when he's out there on the field. And if they draft a receiver at the end of the second round who's got crazy speed, but maybe, why would he be at the end of the second round? He didn't do a lot in college, or he's really small, or he didn't test well at the combine, or is Isaiah Bond, this guy isn't one of the speed receivers that got a lot of injury stuff?
Yep.
There's injury stuff with him. Whoever they draft or sign that fits that profile of, all right, watch out because of the speed, he's probably coming with baggage. I don't see them getting a guy like that doesn't come with baggage. So you're going to need to hope that baggage doesn't hamper the guy, whoever it is. If it's Hollywood Brown with his injury history and his age, or it's, again, a second or a third round rookie, you're just going to need to hit on that idea, whoever it is. Or is not even Samuel's different from the guy I'm thinking of. But if you look at the AFC Championship, by the way, you were right. He was fourth in receiver snaps, Cooper.
Yeah,
behind Hollins, Shakir was number one, then Hollins, then Coleman. Then Cooper, and who was at 44%, and then you got to way down to Samuel, who's at 19%.
How about that clip we played coming in? Bean said, somebody sent this to me. Who sent it? Cooper's agent? Who sent that when he was in the lineup, he scored more points? Production wasn't there.
Joe Brady?
Nah, maybe.
Josh Allen? If it's one of those two, it might matter.
Sure.
If it's Cooper's agent, then, it's just the agent trying to get a deal.
Mike in Connecticut. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
I saw your tweet, Jeremy, about the next best idea aside from a star pass rusher. And, in my opinion, I feel someone that a lot of Bills fans aren't talking about enough is the idea of DJ Reed. I feel like I might be biased because, every time we play the Jets 2 times a year, I just feel like he's I'm not saying he's better than Sauce Gardner. I'm just saying he's the much more physical corner. He's the guy you want to have on your team and you hate to go against. So, while I was waiting to get on, I was trying to get on Spot Track just to see, have an idea what his market value would be. Yeah. Obviously, I know it wouldn't be, spot on, but I don't think DJ Reed is a crazy idea, especially the fact, yes, he's looking for a big contract, but I think he's 28, so maybe a 3-year deal. I don't think you're breaking the bank, especially with the moves we've seen the Bills do in the past. I don't think that's a crazy idea. Mm-hmm. The only other thing is I don't know enough about DJ Jones, and I know that's a name that comes up in terms of defensive tackle, so I'm going to have to do my own research there, but just kind of want to hear your idea about DJ Reed and possibly maybe with the philosophical shift to maybe seeing a little bit more man. Not saying the Bills are going to do that, but with the coaching shifts, that's an idea that intrigues me.
Yeah. So DJ Reed, thanks, Mike, for the phone call. DJ Reed, corner with the Jets. He is a free agent. One number they have on him is that he has 6 straight seasons of a grade of 70 or higher for PFF, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like he is, if he's your corner 2, or you've got Banter there who has shown some pretty elite production, that Reed would be a great number 2. Spot Trek puts him. It's funny. I almost want to not even think about dollars. 3 years, $14 million. Is 14 a lot?
14 per year?
Yeah. 14. Is that a lot? The cap is going up $53 million. Like, is 14 a lot? I don't want to say it's a lot. I don't think it's a lot.
I want to think of it being like 9 last year. Or
Maybe.
10 last year.
I don't even know what 9
I mean?
was last year. I've said this before. I'm keeping the same energy the entire offseason. I don't care how much anybody costs. Go get everybody. Go get everybody and pay the bill in 2030. That's what the Bills should do. Mm-hmm. Go do that. You need DJ Reed? Get DJ Reed. Fine, get him. Get DJ Jones, defensive tackle, Denver, I believe is who he's talking about, DJ Jones. Get that guy too. And trade for Garrett and do this and sign the.
Yeah.
I mean, $14 million a year for a corner is too much? Whatever. Move the money around. Figure it out. Have the most expensive team in football. Really, pay the best players. Load it up. Reed has good underlying numbers, good overall numbers.
Yeah.
PFF has an advanced metric where it's lockdown percentage, like how often you lock down your receiver, and he's got a good one of those. It also comes to like fit, what kind of player they want. We mentioned
he's 5'9".
He is. Milton Williams is a guy that on the defensive you might like him, or is he too much like Ed Oliver because he's good against the pass?
Mm-hmm.
Blah, blah, blah. Figuring out what they want. I just want them to be bold.
Is 28 an age where they would say, we just kind of did that with Douglas and then the wheels fell off a little bit at the end. We'd like to add someone younger on the other side of that position. That's the, maybe they would think that way. Yeah, I wonder how much money they think they can spend, though, this offseason.
There is no limit. They should spend an ungodly amount of money.
Yeah.
And they should go over the cap to an embarrassing degree with the bill to come in 2030.
But we agree they're not going to do that, right?
Why not?
Because it's not how they've ever acted.
I'm ready to hear one good reason why not.
I'm not saying that it's smart. I'm just saying they have never acted that way.
Josh Allen is 28 years old. He turns 29 in May.
I shouldn't say that, by the way. They said, Sal's brought this up a lot. Bean said we don't have the room to land a whale in an offseason. Then he signed Von Miller to $100 million. So I shouldn't say never. They did do it once.
They should fully design every contract from this day forward to amass talent and debt. They should get stupid with it. Josh Allen will be 29. How many years do you think you have? How many years do you think you have? You were in the AFC Championship game with a 28, now 29-year-old MVP quarterback. What world? What? You're a fantasy league. You're in fantasy football. You wouldn't be like, I can't do anything too bold. What? Are you crazy?
Mm-hmm.
You better be doing something bold. You better go after it.
If I were them, with Allen being 29, running the way he does, not saying this would have to be the end, I would build everything right now thinking I've got 4 years. I got to do it in 4 years.
Works for me.
I'm building everything to win in the next 4. After that, again, Allen will still only be, 33 at the end of that? Mm-hmm. And there's still a very good chance he's one of the best quarterbacks in football at 34 or 35 years old. But I want to look at this current window as they transitioned all those guys that were gone last year. Now I got a little more room than I had last year. I can do some bigger things. I can bring in some extra rookies because I got an extra second-round pick. I want to do everything in the name of I'm gonna do it in 4 years. I'm going to do it before he turns 34 years old.
Okay, 34. How many quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl at 34 or later?
Just in general?
Yeah.
I know Elway did twice.
Yep.
Was Brad Johnson 34 years old when he won?
Brad Johnson was exactly 34.
Okay. No, Nick Foles wouldn't have been that old, right?
No.
You have every quarterback's age. I mean, Brady won at 40.
He did, and at 43. Stafford was 34.
At 43, he won too?
Yeah, he won a lot, that Brady guy. Peyton Manning won his last one at 39.
He was terrible then, though.
He was old. Yeah, that's right.
But sure, right, that counts.
Like Breeze was 31.
Okay.
I mean, Brady's all over this list.
Just
and so many Bradys.
Are we just looking at a list that just says Mahomes, Brady, Mahomes?
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. Like, how old was Flacco when he won? 30?
Joe Flacco was
younger than that.
He was 28.
Okay. 28.
Roethlisberger's last Super Bowl, he was 26.
Really? He was 26 his last Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep.
So he played. When did he play till? Like 38, and he never won.
Yeah, he won in 2008.
Well, Tomlin became his coach. Clearly, Stafford would have been in his 34.
Yeah,
okay. Is that it?
Yep. I mean, guys do it. All-time.
Yeah.
You have to be an all-time great.
He is one.
He probably is an all-time great.
Yes. That's why I even phrase it. I am not saying he can't win after 34. I just would want this current all-in type of mindset. I'm not sure. You can't be 100% sure. You can't be 100% sure even now. But I would want to believe, unless something crazy happens, something mind-boggling that you can't foresee, he's going to be a superstar for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's still very possible or even likely that he still will be. But I just don't know that I would keep it at you better bet on it. Guys sometimes take steps back. I don't know when his will come. He's a different type of quarterback than every guy you just named off. Rattle off. I don't have a good sample size of what quarterbacks that run like he does do, other than Cam Newton, who is kind of tough to gauge why it happened the way it did. He got in a car accident. He never fixed his throwing motion. He had a ton of injuries. Allen has not had a ton of injuries. He's had a bump and a bruise here and there. So, again, 4 years. DJ Jones, DJ Reed, these guys are going to help me for 2 or 3 of them.
Perfect.
I'm in.
803-0550. When we get back, the NFL rather is talking some replay tweaks, things on that, and Major League Baseball has an upcoming replay tweak that I think will ruin the entire sport. Good times. These leagues love to make it impossible to watch them. A mini rant for baseball coming up. 803-0550. Justin Mellow of the Draft Network at 9 here on WGR. College basketball.
Sabres win 8-2 over the Rangers on Saturday. Thompson, Daline, McLeod all scoring 2 goals apiece. Sabres get their first win back from the break. Alex Tuck got an injury at the end of the game. Next up for the Sabres is Anaheim tomorrow, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Alex Ovechkin now just 13 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal record. He had a hat trick yesterday for the Capitals, who sit in first place in the NHL. By the way, Amherst win again over the weekend, a 1-0 shutout, another shutout for Devin Levi, who continues to play great for the Amherst. To football, Matthew Stafford has been given permission by the Rams to speak with other teams as trade rumors continue to circulate around the Rams quarterback. Combine this week, Shedeur Sanders of Colorado will not throw at the scouting combine. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Kucherov, Stamkos has got room, cuts to the middle, good stick by Lyubushkin, no penalty on the play, and a break here for Lyubushkin. Ilya Lyubushkin looking for his first to the Sabres. Scores! Are you kidding me? Bush in overtime with his first goal in 44 games.
2 years ago today, Lyubushkin in overtime in Tampa. My memory of that, I know you're thinking, like, is a February game. Also, the Ottawa Brawl game anniversary just went by.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Yeah, I saw the Sabres posted, or somebody reposted the blue and gold.
Beyond blue and gold.
Yeah, remembering all that. So the Lyubushkin goal there in Tampa to win it in overtime. First off, why was he on the ice? He was in the penalty box, right? He came out.
Yeah.
And that's why he's on the ice in overtime. Anyway, I remember that we played the call from Dan, and then we also played the call from Tampa. And basically both play-by-play announcers gave some version of all people.
Of all people. Right.
Of all people. Lyubushkin in overtime. So, yeah, the Sabres, where were they in the standings that day, Joe?
I just looked.
Don't tell me.
Go ahead.
It's going to hurt me, isn't it? You're going to hurt me.
No.
Not going to hurt me?
Maybe a little bit.
All right, let me have it.
What would hurt you more? That they actually weren't as close as you thought they were, or that they were in, like, really good shape?
What will hurt me is just you saying the number of points out with the number of games remaining and me feeling alive as a result of it.
Okay, here you go. They were the first team out by points. They were 6th in points percentage. So 7th by points percentage. They had 64 points in 57 games. They were 1 point back of Pittsburgh. They were 3 points back of the Islanders, but had 5 games in hand on the Islanders.
64 points through 57 games?
Yeah. 1 back of the playoffs. And again, I remember thinking that, don't you remember this over weeks? Like, they had 5 games in hand on the Islanders. Like, we were penciling them in above the Islanders at that moment. It felt like they were in a spot.
64 and 57 is exactly what Detroit has right now. And they're in the first wild card spot. All right, man, good times. 803-0550. All right,
Is that a top 3 drought moment 2 years ago? Probably,
Lyubushkin?
Right? No. Like, in terms of how good you felt? You felt great after Skinner winning the 10th in a row. You felt great after Lyubushkin. I don't even know what the other one would be. When Taze scored.
Bulldog asked the question last week that the U.S.-Canada final game was the biggest hockey game since blank.
Yeah. He wanted to punch me in the face.
Yeah, you said
Sabres, Coyotes.
You said the Coyotes game.
That felt great. I was pumped up for that game. Don't take away my joy from that day.
It was.
I
fun.
was hyped.
Past that, and it's been a long time. The ratings came in for the Four Nations. It was the highest watched NHL game, NHL sanctioned event in the U.S. It matched last year's Stanley Cup Final Game 7 in the U.S. and Canada. A big success. Yeah. And now all the players are back, and the league marches on. So, news in replay. Can we give you a couple stories from the world of replay? I know everyone's
expanded replay.
Yes,
because it never goes the other way.
No, unfortunately, it never does. Although I guess you would have to discuss what is expanding and contracting, because the NFL is going to discuss potential additions to the replay assist system, which to me is more replay, but it's streamlined, not challenging, getting the call right. So Roger Goodell said at a Super Bowl press conference earlier this month they could see an expansion. Rich McKay told reporters they could be looking at a couple different things, like roughing the passer, face mask fouls, other penalties subjected to expedited review. That is now limited to spotting the ball and whether a pass is complete or a player is down by contact. So you could get roughing the passer as a expedited replay thing. Okay. You could also get, what were the other ones I just mentioned? Face mask. Hey, by the way, we saw a face mask, or no, that wasn't a face mask.
The Darnold one at the end of a game this year happened.
Yes. That would be one. Hey, you missed a face mask call.
Yep.
Although, that's one thing that's different here. Roughing the passer and face mask fouls, what they have now for the expedited replay, those are not penalties. They don't call you up and say, you missed a penalty. And that's what this is doing. No flag on the play. Hold on. Expedited replay has called down from the booth. Which, you want to tell me it's all about getting it right. I just want to paint you the picture. Here's the play. Ready, Bills fans? Ready, football fans? Allen back to pass throws. It's complete. Touchdown. No flags. Wait. Expedited review system has kicked in and found something. It's bad enough we are consistently living our lives of no flags, and then we get a call. That's what the NHL has. You've seen a goal on the ice. Is anything cool? Are we okay? What? No. They're going to challenge it. And then I got to sit there and watch them go through the process. Expedited review to add or pick up flags? I'm sorry, it does not sound as great as it might to some of you out there to me. That sounds terrible. I'd rather them miss face masks than go back and find them without a flag.
Right. How often do we think they're actually going to find that, though?
I mean, every time it happens. That's the idea. It's about getting it right, Joe. It's going to be about being right.
I just don't know that it's going to happen as much as you think it does. Might happen a couple times this season. Right.
Too many.
Because like the Darnold one would have been reversed last year.
Yes.
That would have been, it was in his own end zone maybe also. Like that would have been changed. There was a play a couple years ago, I remember, where the Ravens got away with something and won a game against Detroit that Dan Campbell was mad about. Yeah. I don't need them going this far to where they're adding penalties. I like the expedited review for certain things. They're not doing it for holding though, right? Like holding penalties, they're not doing it for?
No.
Okay, they better never do that. That's the one they really can never do, because that will grind the sport to a halt, because that you're going to find in every play.
Have you seen what baseball's new challenge system is bringing?
The balls and strikes challenges?
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe you out there were raised like, well, there's one thing you don't do in baseball, and that's argue balls and strikes. You can't argue balls and strikes. They are they are testing out a balls and strikes challenge system.
Yep. I've seen it in action. Like the clips of it have gone around.
The way that
where someone yells to the umpire to challenge, and the umpire does a double tap on his head, and then they show it looks like the tennis graphics.
It does look like tennis, yes.
Yeah, where it's a virtual bang, here comes the virtual ball, bang, there's the square.
It's only the batter and the pitcher and the catcher. Like they can challenge, nobody else can.
Okay, that's who it is.
Teams get 2 challenges per game. You get 2 challenges. If you win your challenge, you don't lose it, so you keep going. So basically, you get 2 wrong challenges a game. You get an unlimited number of correct challenges per game to challenge balls and strikes.
Okay.
Just want to, I'm never watching a baseball game ever again. I will never watch a game again. I can't even get a ball and strike called now. I got to challenge a ball. Replay. Slowly killing all of us in every single way it possibly could. Every way. How could it possibly just go away? It'll never happen.
Oh no, it's gonna keep growing. Well, soon it won't even be called replay because it's going to be like baseball's going to be the first one to this. Umpire's not going to be standing there anymore.
Can I get a
umpire's not going to be standing there anymore? It's just you're going to know there's going to be like a board behind the catcher that'll just say strike or ball. That's it.
I would just like to subscribe to some sort of streaming service that shows me games on tape delay by like 10 minutes, and all the reviews and challenges are cut out of it.
Here you go. Let's get stupid.
That's all I want.
You create a sports network that replays all of these games, but you just edit out all the replay stuff.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
Okay.
I'll settle for watching the game 15 minutes behind you to never have to see anything challenged. Oh, there's a strike. Hold on. Let's check the ABS system. It's disgusting.
How many baseball games were you watching in the first place?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds,
Hundreds in, like, your life, maybe.
I used to watch baseball a lot. That's a point. So the Four Nations brings up this point. I was reading an article about how what the NHL found in the Four Nations was live appointment television sports is king and will continue to be king.
Sure. It's the only live appointment television that really exists anymore.
That's right. And what we
Until,
have...
once in a while you get like a mega show.
Like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones.
Sure.
Yeah, you'll get those that cross and become part of the monoculture. But whatever. Live, must-see sports.
Yeah.
And, comparing the Four Nations to the NBA All-Star Game was, of course, a little bit of a setup.
Sure.
Okay, the NHL had something great and the NBA did not. But live television sports, it's appointment viewing. It's why the NFL is the king, because every game is appointment viewing. There are only 17.
Right.
They matter a lot. And dwindling numbers for regular season sporting events, that is a normal occurrence across all sports. It's why the NBA Cup came with a mini tournament in season. Mm-hmm. It's why MLS is experimenting with that. I don't know what the answer is. Like, these leagues are not going to lower the number of games they have, but they do have a problem where it's not exactly appointment television to see your baseball team play game 130. You wait till the postseason. And that might be why we see ever-expanding postseasons, because these leagues know, well, our regular seasons are not putting up the numbers they used to. Mm-hmm. We got to have as much postseason as possible.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I think NBA will be the first one that shortens the regular season. But are they right? Are they just going to replace it with somehow more playoffs? But they're going to be the first ones through the door. I think they're going to do it. They might load management might be another excuse for why they would do it. But I think they're going to be first to this. College football, meanwhile, is going to expand playoffs even more. With 4 automatic entries by Big Ten and SEC is what they're talking about right now.
Which is terrible. But,
Yeah.
803-0550, it's probably fine.
We still have soccer.
We do.
Soccer's regular season's great because it's the only season.
Yeah, but that one,
although
the Premier League, that's over.
This is the consequence of it.
That's over.
This would be a year where the NHL or the NBA, whoever would say, this is why we need playoffs. Look over there. Their league, it's February 24th. There's 2 months left of the season. We already know who's going to win. Liverpool minus 2,000 this morning to win the title.
Congratulations.
11-point lead. Same lead as the Sabres are to the playoffs. It's more likely. Sabres to make up their 11-point lead or Arsenal to make up their 11-point lead?
It's
more likely.
I didn't want to answer that question. It's a sensitive subject. 803-0550, Justin Mellow of the Draft Network, a scene setter from the Combine. Sal's on his way there. We'll talk to Sal tomorrow. He's posted a new piece up at WGR550.com about the Bills' defensive ends as well, with Rousseau and Vaughn and what to do there. Rousseau do a new contract after this 5th-year option. Vaughn could be cap savings. Then again, he graded out pretty well. I don't think they have to get rid of Vaughn. So Sal's piece up at WGR550.com. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Hey, Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. All right, Valentine's Day is over, but still a time for hearts, flowers, and showing how much we care. Love isn't just about romantic gestures, though. It's also about our community. It's about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there's a critical need for blood and platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center is calling on you to share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Every pint of blood, every platelet donation stays right at Roswell Park, supporting patients as they fight cancer. Your donation will directly impact the lives of your neighbors, friends, maybe even your own family that are fighting cancer. A small act of generosity, a little bit of out of your time, out of your day. It's an easy process. The door's right there on the right when you walk in the big main entrance at Roswell Park. Big comfy chairs. They'll take care of you, make you super comfortable throughout the entire process. Visit roswellpark.org. You can schedule your blood or platelet donation there or call the Donor Center directly at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL. Give the gift of life, give blood, give platelets, give love at the Donor Center at Roswell Park.
Excited. Be caller 5 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Western New York Sport and Travel Expo coming to the Fairgrounds in Hamburg from Friday, March 7th through Sunday, March 9th. Visit WNYSportsShow.com for details and tickets. And listen to the morning show all this week for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the 2025 Western New York Sport and Travel Expo, courtesy of Erie Promotions. What else? You were going to get stat of the day. Meanwhile, in the break, I discovered something not surprising that neither of you had heard of Doogie Howser, MD.
Don't even know what it is.
Not a surprise. That's
Never
okay.
heard of it.
It sounds like a dog is a doctor. Doogie Howser, MD. It's like a cartoon dog doctor.
Doogie Schnauzer would be, or Doogie Bowser. That'd be like Mario.
Doogie Schnauzer would be
Doogie Schnauzer.
MD.
Has someone ever named their dog Doogie Schnauzer?
Oh, 100%.
I'm going to go with yes.
1,000%.
Anyway, Doogie Howser, MD. Would you like me to tell you the concept of this?
Am I wrong?
Yes, it's not a dog.
It's not a dog?
It's not a dog.
That's a doctor?
No.
I mean, there's a doctor involved, I assume. Unless MD stands for, like,
Maryland.
something completely different.
Yeah, it's about a small town in Maryland.
Yeah.
Doogie Howser, MD is about it was a sitcom dramedy from, like, 1980-something to 86 to 89. That's a guess. If you want to check that out. Maybe a little later, 88 to 90.
1989.
Okay, 88
to 93.
Okay, there you go. That makes sense. I'm in high
The
school.
Bills Super Bowl era.
There you go.
Yeah.
He was a brilliant young kid who graduated like school in medical school and was a surgeon at age 13 or something.
Yeah, this is Neil Patrick Harris?
Yes.
Yeah, he looks like he's like 10 years old.
Yeah.
In
He
this
was
picture.
a young child surgeon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a dog was not the doctor. A child was the doctor.
A minor.
A minor.
I don't know if you'd go. Yes.
I mean, the first picture, I would say child. The next, I would say, he's, get the teenager.
Had a couple
years.
of seasons.
Yeah, a couple. I mean, it must have been all right.
Anyway, how did Doogie Howser, MD came up? The answer is, at the end of every episode, he would type into his computer his journal and like the thing he learned during that day or whatever, and music would play. And we were trying to discuss when we start to get to our segment called What's Going On in the Chat, our YouTube chat, I flashed to, there's like the Doogie Howser theme because he always used to like type into his It's not an appropriate thing for what's going on in the chat, but that's okay. One thing that happened in the chat today, the YouTube chat, is Joe convinced someone to buy a Devin Levi rookie card.
Yeah.
Did you know you did that?
I saw there was talk of a card. I didn't know that he said he was going to do it.
Yeah. You talked up Devin Levi's career arc, and somebody in the chat just went and bought a Devin Levi card.
You know?
Why not?
I almost want to do the same thing. How much is one of those going for these days? Can't be much, right? $8? Yeah, a couple bucks.
Are you going to buy one now?
I might buy one. I think he's going to be one of the... I still think he's going to be one of the best goalies in the NHL. I'm very excited. I think
whenever he's ready.
Their most likely savior. Who's going to come in and save the day, end the drought, be the reason why? Their most likely savior right now to me is him.
803-0550.
It just might be a couple years.
Josh has a stat of the day we can get to before the break very quickly. Stat of the day brought to you by Empire Electric. And I saw this one. Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com.
Yeah, so this stat comes from Jack Durkin of Spectrum News 1. He's a meteorologist over there. There's been 52 days in 2025. In Syracuse, they've had 49 days of snow. In Binghamton, they've had 45 days with snow. Albany, 41 days. Rochester and Buffalo have had 51 days out of 52 days this year with snow of some recordable measure.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of snow.
Every day but 3.
Every day but 1.
Every day but 1. Sorry, right.
I don't think we're getting snow today. Stuff's going to
melt. Give it time.
I could see
the way it's going.
I could see my street. How about that? Melting. Not because,
spring is here.
Not because of plows.
I was going to say, did you finally get the plow to come
No. It just melted. It just melted. And you can see there's like 3 inches of stuff that had to melt all the way down to get to the street.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 803-0550. Justin Mellow of the Draft Network. When we return, as we get to Combine Week, Sal joins us tomorrow. He's posted State of the Bills defensive ends at our website. You can check that out. Check out Sal's piece. We'll talk about it with him tomorrow. But Justin Mellow of the Draft Network, next. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. The NBA is rolling. Tomorrow there's a big revenge game. That's right. It's going to be Mavs and Lakers for the first time since that big trade a few weeks back. And FanDuel's giving all customers a 50% same-game parlay profit boost for that matchup tomorrow night. So if you want to jump in and see what Luka does or LeBron, perhaps it's an all-Luka parlay. More than 25 points, 6 assists, 8 rebounds. Put it together for tomorrow night. That's going to be the revenge game that linked those two teams together. Of course, that big, huge trade, Luka now with the Lakers. Mix and match with players on either team for an even bigger payout. Visit FanDuel.com/white to get your same-game parlay profit boost for tomorrow night's Mavs-Lakers game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres got back to work this weekend. They beat the Rangers easily, 8-2 on Saturday. They were up 5-0 after the first period. Tage Thompson, Rasmus Dahlin, and Ryan McLeod all scored twice in the game. Alex Tuck did get hurt late, was down on the ice for a while, and did not return to action. It was late in the game. Sabres are already up, so we'll see what happens with his status. Sabres are playing the Ducks tomorrow at home, KeyBank Center at 7 o'clock. We'll have it, of course, here on WGR. Alex Ovechkin scores a hat trick. He is 13 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal record. In football, Matthew Stafford given permission to speak with other teams from the Rams. That, according to Tom Pelissero, is trade speculation. Continues to circulate. Stafford. The NFL is considering moving the touchback line to the 35-yard line to increase more touchbacks. It's also the Combine this week. Shedeur Sanders of Colorado will not throw at the Combine. That's become more customary among the top quarterbacks. Talk more about it coming up with Justin Mellow of the Draft Network next. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Good morning, guys. Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hello there.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, guys. Great show. Love it.
Good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
Combine week has begun from Indianapolis. Marcel Capaccio on his way there. Sean McDermott to speak today at 4 o'clock. So we'll have some sound from the Bills head coach, Brandon Beane, later this week. Meetings, interviews, workouts, bench presses, shuttle drills.
Are we getting a Hard Knocks, too, during this time?
Hard Knocks Combine?
We had it last year with the Giants, didn't we? Or did that come out
the
way
off-season
after?
one, yeah. It came out after.
Okay.
Justin Mellow of the Draft Network joining us on the Wester Hotline. Justin, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time, and welcome to Combine Week.
Yeah, pleasure's all mine, gentlemen. It's certainly one of the best weeks on the NFL calendar, especially if you're an NFL draft fanatic like I am. It really represents the last critical event, in the pre-draft process. The All-Star Showcase is behind us, the Senior Bowl, the Shrine Bowl, the Hula, the Tropical. We learned a lot from those events, and this is our final opportunity. We'll get into some pre-draft 30 visits, of course, after this, but this is really, really a critical event on the NFL draft calendar.
How has it changed over the years, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, the league's done a great job monetizing it, in all honesty, right? Like, remember we used to have all the drills, like, in the morning, and now you get primetime stuff. Like, we got the quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers going on Saturday this year, which has obviously, been the case the last little bit, but that's not a shock because that's what everyone wants to watch. All of a sudden, NFL fans are tuning into the Combine on Saturday at primetime. Bunch of angry wives saying, I thought the season was over. But they've done a great job monetizing it. Athletes have taken more control, I would say. You mentioned there before bringing me on about Shedeur not throwing. I think that's a pretty common theme with some of the top athletes, certainly at the quarterback position, opting out of the drills. That's nothing new. We saw that last year. And it certainly, before you ask, it didn't impact what teams thought of those guys, and it certainly didn't impact their ability to perform at a high level throughout their rookie season. So there's been a lot of change to the schedule, and certainly you're seeing some of the top athletes do less and less.
Do you hear the teams also speaking more and more about how the value of it is just meeting with them more than the actual, not that the testing's irrelevant at all, but that maybe these GMs are getting more value now from Combine Week about talking and meeting with these players than the actual drills on the field?
Well, I think that's always been the case to a degree. Perhaps it's a bit more evident now, again, that a lot of these athletes are opting out. And by the way, the schedule changes. The NFL brought this on themselves a little bit. Like, the schedule changes over the last couple of years made it less favorable for the athletes, and that's when them collaborating, of course, with their agents, decided to take control and say, we're opting out of some of this stuff because the schedule is just out of hand. I don't want to be running the 40 at 7 p.m. on Saturday evening when I've been up since, 7. I've been up 12 hours already, and I've been doing medical rechecks and meeting with teams early in the morning, and now you expect me to go perform at my best, and if I don't, you're going to knock me for it. because I didn't run my fastest time at 7:30 p.m. or whatever, 5:30, 5:45. Doesn't matter. So certainly as some of the athletic testing has started to take a bit of a backseat, some of the off-field stuff, the medical rechecks, the interview process, they've always been important, but they certainly become even more important.
Right, because that number, especially for the 40 time, that number gets stapled to you for your entire career. Like we were talking about Hollywood Brown as like just for free agency stuff, and I looked at, what do I look up to see how fast Hollywood Brown is? What was his 40 time in the draft? And maybe he could have ran that faster, and he wasn't one of the guys that ran it slow. But it's interesting you think about that number specifically, that test, because those guys, that's their number for like their whole careers.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. So now we're making them run it much later in the day so we can monetize it a bit more, so we can capture a national audience. But that has an impact, right? No one wants to run it at 5:36 p.m., right?
Yeah.
But that's what the schedule is making them do to a degree. And as you said, it doesn't, like, are all of us going to think of this? Unfortunately, no, because what are we going to do? As you said, 7 years later, that's roughly how long Hollywood's been in the league, we've still got it stapled to his forehead, right? So it's like, you're going to see this more and more every year where less and less athletes are participating in the athletic drills. Certainly the quarterbacks have kind of driven the bus on that in these last little bit, and you're going to see it again this year. Like, I'll be stunned. We haven't heard on Cam Ward yet. I'll be fairly surprised, if he does participate in everything. It certainly changed the way that they've got to evaluate this process.
Is there a receiver this year, as we entered like the combine and the testing? We'll get to other positions for the Bills. Is there a receiver you expect that could run like a 40 or another test that we're going to be hearing about how high their draft stock rose this week because they tested so well?
There are a couple guys that come to mind that I think deserve more credit. Savion Williams from TCU. This is a guy that had a pretty good year this year, 60 catches for 611 yards, 6 touchdowns. He was also, by the way, he also ran for like a bunch of yards and had 6 rushing touchdowns as well. So he was the focal point of their offense. He hit 40 inches on the vertical last offseason while training. That was per Bruce Feldman's Freaks list. So that's one that I think he also hit. He surpassed 22.5 miles per hour on the GPS as a sprinter. Now, I'll remind you, this is a big-bodied guy. This is a very, very big guy. We're talking about 225 pounds and over 6'2", 6'3". So if he goes out there and posts numbers like that, 40 on the vertical, that's going to do him wonders. Daquan Felton, the receiver from Virginia Tech, he's 6'5", 223. This is a towering prospect. He had 23 miles per hour on the treadmill at one point. And he's also probably going to clear 11 feet in the broad jump. Now, I'll remind you, last year's best result in the broad for a receiver was A.D. Mitchell from Texas. He had 11.3. Well, Daquan Felton's certainly going to threaten that mark. And at 6'5", 223, that's going to be incredibly impressive. Another guy that I think, you talked about the 40. There's a Canadian who played ball at Stanford, Alika Yomenor. He ran 10.76 in the 100 and 22.65 in the 200. Well, he was at Massachusetts Deerfield Academy. So this is a guy that's a pure athlete. Sometimes, in truth, I thought he was maybe a better athlete than football player. But we know sometimes you put these results up at the combine, and these things will increase your pre-draft stock. So he's got a chance to run the 40 in the 4.3. And if he does that, certainly, at his size, you're talking about a guy that can certainly improve his pre-draft stock. So those receivers come to mind. There's also one at Notre Dame, Bo Collins, a bit underrated, 41 catches this year. He's going to clear 41 inches in the vertical jump, a scout told me, and that would certainly be one of the more eye-opening results for the receivers.
Justin Mellow, the Draft Network, joining us. Justin, all this talk about receiver drills and all that, I'm thinking back to last year's combine. Worthy did steal the show with the 40, but Keon Coleman, who the Bills ultimately drafted, had a really good number in the gauntlet drill, just as play speed. And I wonder where we are now and where, as you evaluate prospects, testing tells you some stuff, whether it's the 40 or the 3-cone shuttle gauntlet, whatever it might be. What do you think is the best indicator of separation ability? The tape is there, of course, but the tape is against college corners. What do teams value the most of the drills?
I think you bring up a great point. As we all pay attention to the 40, I certainly think the gauntlet is more important because that's the closest you're going to get to watching something that really translates to Sundays. Right, the 40's great and dandy, and of course some of it translates. You can't go out there and run 4.66, right? And that'll tell you right there, no, this is someone that doesn't have the speed necessary to play in this league, and he probably can't separate either because of it. But when I look at the gauntlet drill, the ability to change direction, focus on catching the football, they're being thrown at you, it feels like, from all angles. I think, again, you get to showcase your hands. You show that drops aren't an issue. You change direction effortlessly. You're really more so running a route, if you will, than you are in the 40, where you're really just running one route really translates, right, which is a go. So certainly the gauntlet, and then you talked about the L drill. Is certainly really incredibly important. I think that measures short area quickness, which does a great job of being an indicator of being able to separate, especially at the top of routes. If you can run a great L drill and you're changing direction effortlessly, it means you're stopping on a dime as well, which is the 3-cone, by the way. They're interchangeable. 3-cone is the L drill. If you can run a great 3-cone, I think you are showing some serious separation ability. And historically speaking, the 3-cone result for receivers has been significantly more telling and predictive of next-level success than the 40 has. So for me, look, we all get swept up in the 40. I get it. I do too a little bit. I love watching it. I enjoy watching a guy like Xavier Worthy shatter the record on national television. But if you really want to figure out, what you should be paying attention to and what's predictive of next-level success, pay attention to that gauntlet. Now, there's no time attached to the gauntlet, really, right? So it's hard for the average fan to kind of put a result on it. But you're looking for the smoothness of the player. You want to see him catch every ball. You want to see him change direction effortlessly. And then the L drill, they don't all run it anymore. But the ones that do, anything, 6'9", 7, 6'9", anything under 7 is elite in the 3-cone, and anything just a hair over 7, 701, 702, 703 is really, really indicative of a guy that changes direction well.
How about with defensive line? That's the position we're looking at the most. How meaningful one is the combine for that position versus the receivers we're talking about? And is there anybody you think Bills fans should keep an eye on that could have a big week at that position?
Well, I think there are some similarities in the sense where, first of all, with the 40, I think if you measure the initial 10 yards, right, because that's going to give you an idea of short area explosiveness and quickness, and that is really notable down there in the trenches, and the L drill for the same reason, right, the ability to generate short area explosiveness and speed is a great indicator of your ability to beat offensive linemen because you have those necessary athletic thresholds, if you will. I think there are a couple of guys that are going to have a really good week. Joshua Farmer, the D tackle from Florida State, I thought he was one of the best performers at the Senior Bowl. I do think the Bills need some interior D-line help. I don't think that kid's getting enough attention. And then Deion Walker, the guy came in, what was he, like 360 or something along at the Senior Bowl. He's like 6'5", 6'6". He's a massive, massive man. And I'll tell you, he plays a little high at times with the pad level. But when he strings together an impressive rep, I mean, you're just going to fall out of your seat. And Walter Nolan as well, the kid from Ole Miss, I love the fit between him and the Bills. I don't think he's going to get there in terms of still being on the board when Buffalo is ready to make their pick, unless they trade up, of course. But you watch him, I expect any drill that measures the short area explosiveness and quickness, he's going to do incredibly well at. He's one of my favorite prospects in this draft, period. I've got a top 15 grade on him. I think he's an elite 3-tech at the next level. I think he's really going to impress in Indy this week.
What other positions are on your mind for the Bills specifically? Like D-line, as we talked about, is probably number one for us. And you just talked about defensive tackle fits, interior for the Bills. But corner, safety, offensive line even maybe to a lesser extent. I don't think they need a starter there by any means. But what comes to your mind when you think about the Bills for this draft?
I do think corner and safety. I know they invested a pick in Cole Bishop last year. He's still kind of course, it's only been 1 year. He's banged up a little. I think the jury's still out on him and if he's going to develop into a full-time starter. When I look at corner, I think that's an incredibly obvious one, right? I believe Rasul Douglas's contract is up. He's now on the wrong side of 30. I think they need reinforcements there. Kyer Elam, unfortunately, I think the story's probably been written on him. Unfortunately, I think we're probably calling him a first-round bust. I don't see a lot of pathways to him kind of ever living up to where the Bills drafted him at. When you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs every year, the AFC Championship game, we've seen what it takes, in all honesty. The defense has just not been able to get it done in those moments, right? I think Josh Allen and the offense have put up enough points now on multiple occasions to win that game in the playoffs, and they just haven't, right? So it's about, and you saw the way Philly did it, right? Everyone's going to copy that blueprint. Certainly they need more talent in the trenches, but when I look at corner, I think they need more there as well. And then it's interesting. We talked about some of the off-field stuff at the top of this conversation. I think for the Bills, if they're going corner there in the 20s, the medical rechecks are going to be very important to that process, because two guys that I do think would be on their radar at that pick, if they check out this week, if the medicals check out, it's two corners that had season-ending injuries this year. It's Siobhan Revel from East Carolina. He was largely considered a first-round pick before he went down with an ACL. The hope is it happened early enough where he's going to be, relatively ready to go, even maybe at rookie minicamp, but certainly by training camp. And then the other is Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, who also didn't finish the season due to a season-ending injury. Not quite as serious as Revels was with the ACL, but I think those two guys are potential candidates in the late 20s for Buffalo at corner, and they're going to learn a lot about both of them this week at the Combine with the medical rechecks.
Justin Mellow with us. What do you think of the top of the quarterback class? Do you think it's Cam Ward 1?
I do. I think Cam Ward will probably be the first quarterback off the board. Where he goes, I'm not yet convinced. I don't know that it's going to be at number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. I think they're in a bit of an interesting position. It's funny. I think a lot of, I've spoken to scouts in this class who they wish they could combine these two quarterbacks, in my opinion, into one of them, because they're very different skill sets. When you watch Cam Ward, it's the physical upside that blows you away, right? It's the off-script ability. Of course, you guys know it well with Josh Allen down there. It's his ability to maneuver the pocket, get himself out of trouble, and generate an explosive play. I also think he's more accurate than he gets credit for, especially when his top half and his low half are in sync. When his footwork doesn't get play, I think he's got a tendency to kind of try to rely on just the top half, gets a little lazy in his bottom half. But when they're in sync, he throws a gorgeous, accurate ball. I've got no question about his accuracy ability when everything lines up the way that it should. The issue with him, of course, is the turnover-worthy plays. He will put the ball in harm's way sometimes when trying to generate that explosive. When I look at Shedeur Sanders, it's the complete opposite. He is a throwback pocket passer who wins with his mind. I think the physical ability leaves a lot to be desired. I don't think he's got a very strong arm. I think it's a slightly stronger than some recent first-round quarterbacks, but that's not saying much because those guys went on to bust. I'm referring to like Mac Jones and Kenny Pickett. I think the arm is sort of in that range. It's a bit better, but it doesn't wow you. He doesn't have great size. It's okay. And when I talk about arm strength, by the way, a lot of people sort of misconstrue it to say, well, he's got to throw it 80 yards. No, it's the velocity on the ball, because at this level, the NFL, those throwing windows, they close so quickly. If you're not able to generate the necessary velocity to exploit that incredibly short window that you have, it's a difference between a completion and an interception a lot of the time. And that's the question scouts have on his game, is his ability to generate velocity on the ball. And he's not going to throw it at the combine, as you said. So that question will continue lingering over his head, I think, throughout this process. But again, if you could combine these two quarterbacks, Shedeur is someone that wins with his mind. It's high football IQ, it's accuracy, it's pre- and post-snap reads and knowing where to go with the football. And Cam Ward, where it's the physical upside, the ability to make every throw, the ability to maneuver the pocket, get himself out of trouble, create by extending the pocket and completing explosives down the field. They're two very different quarterbacks, and they both got their weak points. And I think if you could combine the two of them, you'd have a no-brainer franchise quarterback at number 1. But as of right now, teams are a little bit skeptical.
Justin Mellow of the Draft Network on the Western Hotline. Justin, thanks very much. Enjoy the Combine.
Pleasure was all mine.
TheDraftNetwork.com. Just picking through there, reading some mock drafts. Start of draft season is this week, pretty much.
I am, like every year. Do you get this every year? You become like one guy you become obsessed with? One player?
Except last year when I became obsessed with every single wide receiver available.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. I think last year was like that for me, too. Otherwise, usually there's a guy. And I wonder if this year it's going to be this Savion Williams that he talked about from TCU.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to want to read more about him. He is 6'5", think might be able to run under a 4.4 at the combine. And as he mentioned, like, what is this dude as a player? He's 6'5". He had 60 catches for 611 yards, and then he had 51 carries for 322 yards. Is this a 6'5" Debo or Curtis Samuel? And he's fast on top of it.
But straight line speed, I mean, how many 6'5" guys move laterally really well?
That's what's
Coleman,
weird. Yeah.
Coleman's supposed to. He returned punts, which...
Right, yeah.
All right.
And this dude is, I've looked, he's like, most places have him ranked like in the second round. Like in the high 40s, low 50s. So, and that's right around where you would first, I think about the Bills drafting a receiver.
I don't know if you like this name. I'll throw another name out there. The Browns are just releasing a guy.
Okay.
Safety.
Myles Garrett.
No. Unfortunately, it is not Myles Garrett. The Browns are set to release Juan Thornhill, veteran safety. They spoke in recent days. Decision was made to part ways now. Thornhill, a few weeks before free agency, he was set to make $7 million on a one-year deal. That's how much he had left. So, Juan Thornhill.
I will say in my poll that I put up on Twitter about what's next, what's your second favorite idea? What do you want them to have done before the draft? Safety is in fourth of the four options that I put up. Defensive tackle, number one. Amari Cooper replacement, second. Cornerback 2 upgrade is very close to that, third, and then safety after that.
Okay.
I mean, most, I think, would just say they want all four of those things.
Yeah, they need work. Thornhill at safety was rated this past season. Just trying to find out exactly where he ranked for among PFF's defensive players. 40th out of 98 safeties, which would be the best on the Bills. Cam Lewis was the only safety, I think, to rate higher than that.
Okay.
I mean, basically, PFF hated the Bills' secondary that wasn't Christian Benford. If you care.
I mean, the numbers backed that up, right?
Yep.
Looking back on it, they were worse in pass defense than they were in run defense.
Yeah, especially by their own standards. 803-0550, the Stafford sweepstakes. I got to decide where I want him to go.
Someone needs to explain to me why that's happening.
I don't know.
Someone explain to me why he's getting traded.
I don't know. They're rebuilding? What are they doing?
If that's the answer, then that makes sense. But,
sure, but
are they?
They're also rumored for Rodgers. If they dumped Stafford for Rodgers, they'd be one of the. I mean,
it would just be a very strange.
Yeah.
They almost
Let's get an older guy.
They almost beat the Eagles.
Yeah, they were right there.
Kyron Williams, their running back, fumbled twice in that game. One of them at a horrible time. Like, if that doesn't happen, I don't play in the hypothetical game. But if he doesn't fumble that second time, like the Rams had a shot even with that fumble to win the football game. They were driving. Stafford, go back and watch the highlights of that game. Stafford threw a pass to Puka Nacua that would have been like, it's one of the first clips on his Hall of Fame video when he makes it to Canton. Would have been this pass had he won the game. I mean, tight coverage in the snow, 40 yards down the field, down 6 in a playoff game on the road. And this dude just put a laser right on his top receiver. And it's like James Cook in the Chief game. No one will remember it because they lost the football game. But he had them in position to win that game, and they're just going to say, okay, we're done? That's it? What did Mahomes have against the Eagles? The Eagles' defensive line and that defense, Stafford played it in the snow, had 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no turnovers. Sorry, 1 fumble. He had 1 fumble. Like, oh, yeah, we're done. That's the last game he's going to play?
It might be that he's mad. I mean, his wife went on a podcast, and she's mad about Cooper Kupp potentially being traded. They might be upset. Might just be kind of like a breakup like that happens.
Yep.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Our thanks to Justin Mellow. Sean McDermott speaks today, 4 o'clock. Of course, we'll have highlights of that for you and coverage at our website. Sal's State of the Defensive Ends is up at WGR550.com.
I think there are a couple of guys that are going to have a really good week. Joshua Farmer, the D tackle from Florida State, I thought he was one of the best performers at the Senior Bowl. I do think the Bills need some interior D-line help. I don't think that kid's getting enough attention. And then Deion Walker, the guy came in, what was he, like 360 or something along at the Senior Bowl. He's like 6'5", 6'6". He's a massive, massive man. Plays a little high at times with the pad level. But when he strings together an impressive rep, I mean, you're just going to fall out of your seat.
Justin Mellow of the Draft Network. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. It's in the 40s today. Get some melting snow.
Why are you making me look at what's on the screen right now?
Because
my Nuggets got romped by the Lakers this weekend.
I'm reading that Luka Doncic put the West on notice.
I mean, he kind of did. They walked into Denver and smacked around the Nuggets, who were like second in the West. My Nuggets. Yeah, he was good. He was great. He was hitting the step-back contested three like he couldn't be stopped.
I did not see that game. I did not see the final of the Mexico Open either. I hear that was dramatic. Very,
crazy.
Very dramatic.
It is kind of a different experience when the field is bad to watch two guys just not be as good at golf as like Scottie Scheffler. Because in the playoff between the two guys that were in first, Brian Campbell and Potgieter's the other one, young guy. It's like they took one guy in the first hole, hit it in the stands, made it to the second hole. The second hole, Campbell hits it like he shanked it. It like off the toe of his driver. It goes like 150 yards and it's going into the woods. It hits a tree, comes back out. The guy hits like a 150-yard drive. He won that hole to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be allowed. New rule in golf. You hit it into a tree in the playoff, that counts as out of bounds. I don't care that it knocked back in. Your ball went out of bounds.
Play it as it lies. That's the rule. If it's a tree, it's wherever it lies.
Playoff rules. Playoff rules. Yeah. Let's change it. You can't win the tournament.
You want to review? Did that? Oh, let's get Gene Steratore. Did it hit the tree, Gene? Or
see, now I don't actually like this because now if we're looking at camera angles down the out of bounds line, then is the tree out of bounds?
Did it cross the plane?
Gene's like the top of the tree, guys, is actually extending over the out of bounds line. So that's what we're really looking for here.
Right. I did not see that. I was at a birthday party, friend's kid's birthday party, at a roller rink. Hadn't been to a roller rink in...
Nice.
Wow. How long?
Was that something you did regularly, like in the...
In Auburn, in high school? Yeah, we had a roller drome.
Roller parties?
We had a roller drome. Roller drome? Yeah. It was a roller drome.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that word funny to say for me right now? Roller drome.
Drome?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying here? I don't know.
I mean, that was the name of a game also, but a roller drome is a place. Yeah, a venue for roller skating to music. High school parties, there'd be skating parties, birthday parties back in Auburn. I think it's a Riva Roller Drome.
Okay.
So went to a roller drome yesterday, which is, they're all very similar. They have big spaces and disco balls and crazy lights and video games. And you know what?
Sounds great.
I was into it.
Yeah.
I missed that energy. You're just skating right off of the floor into where the seating is and right into the arcade.
Did you roller skate?
I did not.
Did you think about it?
I did think about it. I did think about it. My kids wanted to try a little bit. They also had this thing which was, I thought, brilliant. If you wanted to, you could just bring a scooter as a kid.
That's cool.
So instead, you don't know how to roller skate? That's fine. Bring a scooter and whip around out there. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a lot of fun.
I don't think I have ever in my life worn the roller skates with like the four wheels on them.
Oh, the non-inline?
No. Like I've done, I've played roller hockey, so I've done the blades.
Right.
But I've not done like where it's two wheels on the front, two wheels on the back.
I think 2 and 2 is easier than inline.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Even if you're used to inline though?
Yeah.
So like snowboarding versus skiing? How different is it?
I don't know how different it is. I just feel like the 2 and 2 is easier.
Okay.
That could be wrong. Anyway, it was a good time. What do we got?
I went bowling this weekend for the first time in like a year.
All right.
Bowling is one of these things where it's not like riding a bike. Not like riding but you don't just pick up a ball and pick up where you left off.
You do forget?
I needed like a whole game to remember how to bowl. Yeah. Like full frames where I just didn't hit a pin.
Wow.
Yeah. That bad. But then, the next game, okay, now we're cooking with gas a little bit, and then we got rolling eventually. But yeah, it was so bad through the first 6 frames of the first game of bowling I had played in over a year that I legitimately thought about stopping playing.
My experience in bowling,
in the middle of a game before it was even over, I might just have to walk away here.
My last 10 experiences in bowling, I don't have a bowling ball or bowl myself. If I did, I wouldn't do this. Is going to all the balls that you can use and finding one that my fingers actually fit into. Because my fingers do not fit in a lot of bowling balls.
Why?
My thumb especially.
You need
I have big fat fingers.
You need the extra large. I use the extra large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you have that fear of getting your fingers stuck in there?
No.
I do.
No. Maybe I use the ones that are, purposely bigger than they even need to be. No, I've never had that fear. Because then what would happen? Your finger would get stuck, and then you would go down the thing, right? Right. Like a cartoon or Three Stooges.
Yeah. Not hitting a single pin. That's tough.
Yeah, I had a couple of those.
The chat wants...
We got some strikes in there, though. I think game 2 we had 3 strikes.
In a row?
Not in a row,
okay.
no.
Let's go.
They were mixed up.
That's called a turkey.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I've done that.
803-0550, our phone number. It's Combine Week. Sal's got a piece up at WGR550.com. State of the defensive end position, which is, I think, very much ready for some upgrades. I think a lot of people expect that.
And the number one position, I think, that everyone's got on their minds.
It's probably not fair whenever Brandon Beane does speak this week from the Combine. It's probably not fair to ask him, Brandon, real quick, why is Myles Garrett still on the Browns? Is that unfair? Why hasn't this happened yet? What are you waiting for?
Yeah.
What's the holdup? Is it them? Offer more. What are they looking for here?
Have you even been able to make an offer yet?
What player, non-Josh Allen, are they most likely to say, we'll take him?
On the Bills?
Yep. If it involves a player to get Garrett, who's the second most valuable piece the Bills have right now?
Dawkins.
Is he?
What's his contract? He doesn't get
contract and age. I'm putting it all there.
Yeah.
Pretend the Browns are almost like an expansion team level rebuild. What am I going to get that's going to be the best value for me in a deal? Who's the second most valuable piece on the Bills?
They're going to ask for
Benford.
Benford is the name in my mind right now. I don't know who else it would be. Yeah, Benford. They ask for Benford.
Benford, Rousseau.
We've brought up Rousseau. Rousseau, though, Benford's better than Rousseau, right?
I think so.
I think that's almost... Rousseau had a really good year. It really got tainted by the last game. He was so bad against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But he had a great year. He got double-teamed a lot. He was one of the better... I remember the Next Gen Stats cast near the end of the year put up some number about EPA on run plays for defensive ends, and Rousseau was the second best defensive end in football this season in that number. So you kind of got to dig to find numbers that show how good he was, but he was really good. That being said, I still think Benford's better. If Benford's a number one corner, we're not talking about upgrading from him.
No.
We're talking about upgrading from Rousseau, though. And you might say they're kind of the number one and number two parts of your unit on pass defense, and your pass defense stunk. Who's the guy you want to upgrade from? Everyone's like, yeah, Rousseau. Rousseau's the one you want to upgrade from. So, all right, if I'm Andrew Berry, right?
Yep.
If I'm Andrew Berry, I'm saying, okay, you want to give me Christian Benford? I'll talk to you.
Yeah, if I'm asking for the second most valuable piece, it's Benford.
This is the part of the Bills' problem, though, is you almost pray that the Browns GM isn't thinking that way. Because if he starts calling around and it becomes clear that, all right, the Browns want a really good young player in this trade, you're not going to be able to compete with some teams.
No.
If Benford is your answer, he's really good, other teams should be able to top that, right? That's part of the whole point here about the Bills this offseason is they have a lot of good. They don't necessarily have a ton of great. And how many other teams would have a more great to work with, to ask about at least? Detroit would have more of that, right?
Yep, probably. Yeah, it's not. I expect
Philly would have more of that.
I don't expect them to agree to part ways with Benford. It's just who would the ask be about? A couple in the chat say, what about Cook? If I just
the running back.
I just feel like if you're a bad GM, you think that's a really good value, but I don't think that's a good idea at all.
What about Coleman?
No, I wouldn't.
What if they say, we'll do this deal, but you got to throw in Coleman?
The only problem with that, and I'm not against it, the only problem I have is I think it is a difficult road to find receivers this year. Last year, you had a buffet, and this year it's just not the same.
So let's play it out this way. What should be the right price here? 2 first-round picks? All right, so we've agreed on 2 first-round picks. Garrett wants to be a Bill.
Yep.
And we're on the 1 yard line. This deal is on the 1 yard line. The holdup is Cleveland wants a player. And now they're going to start running down the list. So Benford, you're saying no?
No.
Okay. If it's Rousseau? It's 2 firsts in addition to whoever this player is.
I wouldn't do 2 firsts and a very good defensive end. No.
Okay. So would up 2 firsts and Coleman.
Of course I would do that, but I'm going to say no right here.
That Barry says, okay, we're doing 2 firsts. Now you're giving me Coleman.
Well, here's the thing. If it's on the 1 yard line and we're adding a player, then I'm adding another player from Cleveland.
But the 1 yard line is the decision on who the player is.
Well, the 1 yard line, the decision between Keon Coleman and Ray Davis is Groot or Ray Davis. Okay, here's Ray Davis.
No, right. That's very different.
So it can't be on the 1 if it's just which player is it. If they want Coleman, okay, then I'll take Elijah Moore.
What if they want, in theory, they want a good young player still in his rookie deal?
Okay.
That's what they want.
Ready?
Now I gotta fill in that blank.
Here's the name for you, but they don't want it because they have David Njoku. Kincaid.
Right. They have Njoku, though.
They do. Like, here, you can have this tight end that I don't use.
Wouldn't that be the guy everyone would want to be in it, though? Because you have Knox, he's here, and Kincaid. Like, the Kincaid 2-year test so far hasn't really done much. Whereas there's maybe not. Who are people more optimistic about right now going forward? Coleman being a big part of this passing offense, or the idea that they're going to still figure out this 2 tight end thing and Kincaid's going to be
That
great?
is a great question. Who would you be more optimistic about being a big part of this passing offense going forward, Coleman or Kincaid? A great question. Kincaid.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I'd go Coleman. It's just the 2 tight end thing, as long as it's here, it just feels weird. It just feels awkward. It feels like they kind of don't know how to execute it. You might not be able to execute it. And that's on top of, this is true of Coleman too. That's on top of you still not really sure how good the player is.
Right. Well, I think that Kincaid has more that would separate him than Coleman does. But you're right. Scheme comes down to how teams defend him.
What if the Browns want Spencer Brown?
Nah, you wouldn't do that.
Out. He's also not on a rookie contract.
That's
so
right.
That doesn't fit that.
He's very good, not a good, reasonable deal. It's a fun conversation. Combine week. We'll get some rumors rolling today for sure. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Extendo Sports and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. discussing on Get Up the best landing spot for Aaron Rodgers. How about Ayahuasca FC?
Egypt.
The Steelers are going to be interesting to watch and see what they do this offseason. But Rodgers and Tomlin.
Who is the favorite for their Week 1 starter right now? Is it Fields? Wilson, I think, is going to retire.
Really?
I don't know. Is he going to go be a backup somewhere? He's not a starter, right?
I think you'd be surprised. He's a starter somewhere. There are a lot of jobs open. Some teams are going to have to land. Where are the Giants landing? On a rookie? Maybe? Where are the...
well, they might be the favorites for Stafford right now.
That's right.
But right, only one team can get Stafford.
Jets, Giants.
See, the Jets is the one because the Jets are late enough in the first round that they probably don't start a rookie Week 1, so they have to do something else, and that obviously is not Rodgers. So, okay, maybe Wilson.
Giants, Giants, Steelers, Browns.
Right. Browns will be a rookie.
Raiders. Giants.
Raiders could be the Rodgers team, right?
Could.
What's Brady and Rodgers' relationship?
I don't think
icy?
You know what? Well, remember there was that one offseason they were going back and forth seeing who could get the headline.
Oh, it was an offseason.
It was a very passive-aggressive battle between those two.
Offseason was so bad.
Relentlessly competing with one another. All right. Well, tomorrow we'll talk with Sal. Later today you'll hear from head coach Sean McDermott. Enjoy the nice spring-like weather. It's a pump fake. Don't fall for it. It's not spring yet. But 37 right now and windy. It's going to be windy today, so maybe it won't feel as warm as it actually is. Anyway, temperatures in the upper 30s for a couple days here in a row. Melt all the snow. Take a look at the grass. See what the dogs have done to the backyards and recoil in horror. Not excited for that moment. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.